Tonight, we're exploring the dark truth about Alys Rivers. There are some interesting details to follow, but I'll keep everything gentle enough for sleep. Thank you to those of you who've been joining us consistently. If you're falling asleep with us tonight, let me know in the comments how many nights in a row you've been here. And if this is your first night, just comment night 1. Now back to the video. At Harrenhal, Alys Rivers appears less like a noblewoman entering history, and more like someone the castle had quietly kept for itself. She was known as a healer, a wet nurse, and a caretaker in a place where stone towers had been scorched black, and ordinary rules seemed to lose their shape. When the Maester fled, Alys remained, tending to the sick and wounded among the ruins. Even her name carries uncertainty. Most accounts call her a bastard of House Strong, born in the Riverlands, and therefore given the name Rivers. Some say she was a daughter of Lord Lionel Strong, which would make her the half-sister of Harwin and Larys Strong. Yet this is not presented with the solid certainty of a family record. It is one more thread in a story, woven from rumour, memory, and political convenience. The surviving sources cannot even agree on what kind of woman she was. Grand Maester Munkun describes a serving wench with an interest in potions. Septon Eustace calls her a woods witch. Mushroom, whose stories often drift toward the lurid and impossible, claims that she bathed in the blood of young women to preserve her beauty. Each account reveals as much about the storyteller as it does about Alys. All three traditions suggest that she looked far younger than she should have. That detail may have begun as an observation, then grown into a suspicion. Perhaps she knew medicines that softened the signs of age. Perhaps the people around her simply misremembered. Or perhaps, in the language of Harrenhal, a woman who understood the body and remained calm among death was quickly transformed into a witch. Alys was also said to have visions. They did not always arrive in grand dreams or thunderous omens. They could appear in a storm cloud, in a mountain pool at dusk, or in the fire used to prepare supper. This makes her difficult to classify. She may have possessed genuine prophetic sight, or she may have been exceptionally skilled at reading fear, weather, weakness, and human intention. In a world where people often mistook insight for sorcery, the difference could disappear very quickly. When Prince Aemond Targaryen took Harrenhal during the Dance of the Dragons, Alys became his companion and paramour. Their relationship placed her beside one of the most violent figures of the war, but it did not make her safe. Some stories claim that she used potions to influence him. Others imply that Aemond was drawn to her because she seemed to understand the haunted atmosphere of the castle better than anyone else. Neither explanation can be proven. That uncertainty is the shadow at the center of Alys Rivers. She may have been a healer surrounded by frightened people, a clever woman who learned to use superstition as protection, or something stranger. At Harrenhal, those possibilities do not cancel one another. They deepen the darkness, until the truth becomes almost impossible to separate from the legend. Harrenhal has never been a normal place, and everyone who has ever sat within its walls knows it. The great fortress was raised by Harren the Black, the Ironborn king who drove thousands of laborers to their deaths, and called the result his masterpiece. 5 enormous towers twisted and fused by old Valyrian arts, bulging upward like blackened fingers clawing at the sky. When Aegon the Conqueror came to the Riverlands, he did not storm the gates. He came on dragonback, and he burned the towers until the stone ran like water, and Harren the Black died in the hall he believed nothing could ever harm. From that day, the castle has never truly belonged to anyone. It passes from hand to hand like a coin that burns the palm. The Harroways, the Towers, the Strongs, every house that claimed it came to grief. And the people who live there will tell you, on certain nights, that the walls are still warm. By the time of the Dance of the Dragons, Harrenhal belonged to House Strong. Lord Lionel Strong was a solemn man, a lawyer's mind in a lord's body, and he had served the crown as Master of Laws and, later, as the King's Hand. His two sons could not have been less alike. Harwin Strong, called Breakbones, was whispered to be the strongest knight in the Seven Kingdoms, tall, broad, and plain, where his father was careful. And it was whispered even more loudly, though never proved, that Harwin was the true father of the Princess Rhaenyra's older sons. Those rumors drew the realm's gaze down onto the Strongs, and they carried a slow, patient danger. Larys Strong, the younger brother, walked with a twisted foot and was known as the Clubfoot. He moved through the world in silence, collecting secrets the way other men collected coin, and there was something about his stillness that made even his own household uneasy. Then, in the year 120, after the conquest, fire came to Harrenhal again. A blaze broke out in the castle's great tower. Lord Lionel Strong died in that fire, and Harwin Strong died trying to reach him through the flames. The fire was officially an accident. Many whispered that Larys Strong had arranged it, for he rose quickly in the years that followed, and a man who kept the darkest secrets of the realm in his head was not likely to have overlooked the secret of his own father's death. But no one knows. The records offer only ash. And what ash cannot confirm, fear chooses to believe. The castle had taken another house into its curse, and the Strongs, who had come to Harrenhal as one of the great families of the realm, left it as ghosts. Into that ruined silence, Alys Rivers emerged. She was not a lady, and she was not a stranger to grief. Alys was a bastard, born to a woman of the Riverlands, and by most accounts, to Lord Lionel Strong himself. That parentage gave her a surname, Rivers, and it gave her nothing else. She was not raised among the family's heirs. She was raised in the service of the castle, and she became a wet nurse. If you think carefully about what that meant, you can see the exact shape of her position. A wet nurse holds the children of a great house at her own breast. She feeds them, soothes them, watches them take their first steps, and hears the quiet conversations that happen around a nursery hearth. She is trusted with the most vulnerable lives in the keep, and yet she is never counted as one of the family. She is close enough to know every secret, and invisible enough to be forgotten. That was the life Alys Rivers had known at Harrenhal, a life of service, of silence, of watching. When the Dance of the Dragons began, the Maester of Harrenhal fled. The great castle was left without its healer, without its scholar, without the man who had always been the one to set a broken bone or mix a sleeping draught. The soldiers who came to hold the castle, and the small folk caught between armies, had no one to turn to. Alys remained. She gathered herbs from the marshy ground around the castle, boiled them into potions, cleaned wounds that had gone sour, splinted broken limbs, and sat beside fevered men through the dark hours. In an ordinary place, she would have been remembered as a beloved healer. But Harrenhal is not an ordinary place. The men she saved spoke of her in strange tones. Her hands were too steady. Her eyes seemed to see more than they should. She was too calm among the dying, and she did not age the way a woman should have aged. Every source that describes Alys Rivers describes a different woman. Grand Maester Munkun, writing with careful scholarly precision, called her a serving wench who dabbled in potions. Septon Eustace, writing from a lifetime of faith and moral certainty, called her a witch of the wild woods. And Mushroom, the court fool, whose tales drift toward the grotesque and the impossible, claimed she bathed in the blood of virgins to preserve her youth. These are not three views of the same woman. They are three different women, drawn for three different purposes. One to be dismissed, one to be feared, one to be hated. And yet beneath all of them lies the same strange detail. She looked far younger than her years suggested she ought to look. Munkun tried to ignore it. Eustace treated it as evidence of sorcery. Mushroom turned it into a horror story. The detail survives every telling, even when the tellers disagree about what it means. That is the central mystery of Alys Rivers. She is recorded, described, and remembered by nearly everyone who passed through Harrenhal during the war, and none of them agree on what she truly was. History wants facts, Gossip wants scandal, prophecy wants meaning, and fear wants an explanation. In a world where a woman lives alone in a cursed and burned-out castle, tending the wounded and murmuring warnings of what she sees in fire, in cloud, and in rain, all four of those voices find different answers in her. She becomes a healer to the desperate, a witch to the pious, an enchantress to the credulous, and a story to everyone else. So we have to ask it plainly. Was Alys Rivers truly supernatural? Did she see the future? Did she command powers that had no honest name? Or was she simply a clever woman who understood frightened people better than anyone else around her? Think about everything she had been. A bastard who learned to live inside a family that would not claim her. A wet nurse who held the children of her own father while his true-born sons looked away. A survivor of a castle that had already burned its masters, who watched the men around her bleed, and lie, and hope, and die. Fear has a language of its own. It is written in the wetness of a man's eyes, in the way he grips his sword, in the timing of his breath, in the questions he does not quite dare to ask. A woman who spent decades reading that language would look, very quickly, like a prophet. She could tell a soldier what he feared, and he would call it magic. She could warn a lord of the danger she saw in the weather, and the wound and the face across the fire, and he would call it sorcery. The difference between power and wisdom vanishes entirely when everyone watching you is afraid. And make no mistake, everyone at Harrenhal was afraid. They were afraid of the castle's history, of the curse, of the war that was chewing through the riverlands, and of the dragons that could appear without warning in the sky. When you are drowning in fear, any still, quiet voice can sound like the voice of God. Any woman who knows how to set a bone and calm a fever can seem like something more than a woman. That is the fog around Alys Rivers. You can choose to believe she was a witch, or a healer, or a haunted woman with a gift for seeing what others refuse to look at. The records will not save you from the choice. They were written by frightened men, and frightened men are the least reliable witnesses in all the world. Her life was about to collide with the war's greatest cruelty. The prince who came to Harrenhal was Aemond Targaryen, the one-eyed brother of King Aegon II. He came with a dragon and a scar and a heart full of lightning, searching for his uncle Daemon, looking for ground that could hold an army. And when he rode into that blackened fortress, he found the walls still warm from old flames, the garrison wound down by fever, and a woman already waiting among the ruins with her poultices, her visions, and her calm, watching the one-eyed prince with eyes that had seen everything else fall. To understand Alys Rivers, you have to understand Harrenhal, not the Harrenhal that appears on maps, a jagged square of walls and towers in the Riverlands, but the Harrenhal that exists in memory, in rumour, in the cold weight of its own black stone. Because before she was ever a witch, or a healer, or a paramour, she was a woman who walked those halls, and those halls were already haunted before she ever arrived. Harrenhal was not built gradually, the way most great castles are. It was built by one man with one obsession, Harren the Black, king of the Iron Islands. He was a man who believed that if he could make a fortress strong enough, terrible enough, vast enough, no one would ever dare challenge him. He drained the rivers, he tore down forests, he drove thousands of laborers to exhaustion and death. The stone itself was dragged from the earth and set into walls so thick that even the dragons of the Targaryens seemed, to him, like distant thunder. He raised 5 towers, each one more grotesque than the last, and he named them for the gods he claimed to serve. The Hall of 100 Hearths was so enormous that, according to the Maesters, a king could hold court indoors with his full army and still have room to spare. The windows were arrow slits, the gates were iron, the walls were black and oily, like something that had been scorched from the inside. And for a moment, Harren the Black had everything he wanted. He had the largest castle in all of Westeros. He had a seat that seemed to dwarf every other lord's ambition. He had the throne of the Riverlands, or so he believed, and he intended to use Harrenhal to make himself the equal of the Iron Throne itself. But he had built it too slowly, because the very night he declared his work complete, Aegon Targaryen landed on the shores of Westeros. And Aegon did not bring armies. He brought fire. He brought his sisters. He brought the 3 most terrible dragons the world had ever seen. And he took one look at Harren's towers and decided to make an example of them. That is the first thing to understand about Harrenhal. It begins as a monument to ambition, then becomes a place where ambition goes to die. Harren the Black watched his walls melt. He watched the stone run like candle wax, watched his black towers droop into the grotesque, twisted shapes that would define the castle forever after. Aegon offered him a chance to surrender, and Harren, in his pride, refused. He said that the gates would hold, that the walls would stand, that stone cannot burn. But dragonfire burns hotter than any forge, and Harren died inside his own hall, roasted alongside all his sons. The castle did not fully fall. It stood. It stood with twisted spires, with the great hall still intact, with black stone that smoked for years. But it became something else. It became a monument to the death of the man who built it, and from that day forward, no one who took Harrenhal ever truly kept it. The black stone, the enormous halls, the burned towers, they all remain. And it is that combination, that strange and heavy atmosphere, that makes every ordinary event feel supernatural. A breeze through the ruined windows sounds like a scream. A candle flickering in the hall of 100 hearths feels like a message. The castle is so big, so empty, so broken, that the mind starts to invent things, and the people who lived there, generation after generation, started to do the same. They told stories about the castle. They told stories about the previous owners. They told stories about the dead. Now, Harrenhal changed hands many times, usually by blood. The Targaryens gave it to the Harroways, but they lost it. The Strongs held it for a time, and the Strongs themselves rose high and fell hard. Every family that claimed it seemed to wither or fracture or drown in grief. The wives of its lords died young. The sons killed each other. The heirs vanished. And so the rumors grew. The castle was cursed, they said. The ghosts of Harren and his sons still walk the corridors, still stare out of the windows, still wait for revenge. The singers called it the land of the unhomed, where the restless dead gather, because no living family could ever make it whole enough to feel safe. And the strange thing is that those rumors never died. They fed on themselves. Generations of violence left the castle, surrounded by rumors of curses and restless dead. Every plague, every murder, every sudden death in the Riverlands was blamed on Harrenhal. Every tragedy found a home there, whether it belonged or not. And into this place came Alys Rivers. She was, according to the most common account, a bastard of House Strong. That is the version that Grand Maester Munkun presents, and the one that most historians accept. She bore the surname Rivers, which in Westeros marks a child born illegitimate in the Riverlands. And at some point, she found herself living inside that colossal, crumbling ruin. She served as a wet nurse, and later as a healer, after the castle's maester abandoned his post. She tended to the small folk who sheltered in the ruins, and to the soldiers who occupied the towers, and to any lord who was foolish enough to try to claim the place. In some accounts, she was little more than a serving wench with a talent for potions. In others, she was a woods witch. In one particularly colourful telling, she was an enchantress who bathed in the blood of virgins to keep her face young. But all the sources agree on one point. She was there, in Harrenhal, when the War of the Dance brought death and fire back to those black walls. The dead, you should remember, were already there long before she arrived. Harren the Black and his sons were the first, but they were not the last. The Strongs, the very family that may have given Alys her name, were themselves torn apart by the curse of the place. One lord died in the Red Keep, burned by his own brother. Another was executed for treason. It was said that anyone who slept under Harrenhal's roof would not live out the year, and yet there was always someone willing to try. Lords, knights, kings, and pretenders all believed they would be the one to break the curse. They all believed their ambition would be stronger than the stones, and one by one they all failed. That is the pattern that defines Harrenhal. A lord arrives with plans, with armies, with confidence. He claims the castle. He holds it for a season, maybe two, and then somehow the castle outlasts him. The black stone does not care about his banners or his heirs or his pride. It only absorbs, and so the entire ruin becomes a kind of amplifier. Every ambition that passes through it dies, but the story of that ambition lingers. Every death becomes part of the fabric of the place. Every rumor about a curse becomes a stone in the wall. And Alys Rivers, whether she was a witch or a woman or both, learned to move through that fabric as if she were woven into it. She knew the secrets of the castle. She knew the hidden passages, the places where the walls were warmer, the spots where the ghost stories were so old that nobody remembered who they were about. And the castle, in turn, seemed to know her. It is impossible to separate Alys's legend from the fortress that shelters it. The fortress seems to magnify every whisper. A woman who could heal a fever becomes a sorceress. A woman who could predict the weather becomes a prophet. A woman who lets her hair down at dusk becomes a witch from the oldest tales. The same actions, done anywhere else, would be ordinary. Done in Harrenhal, they become terrifying, because Harrenhal is not a passive ruin. It is a place that invites superstition. It has been soaked in too much fear, too much grief, too much fire. The Maesters sometimes try to offer rational explanations. They say that the castle's curse is just the result of bad diplomacy and worse luck. They say that the ghost stories are nothing more than sounds from the wind moving through broken towers. But wind does not knock at midnight. Wind does not whisper the names of the dead. And even if it did, the fact remains that Harrenhal is where Alys Rivers chose to stay. She did not flee when the Maesters left. She did not hide when the armies marched. She stayed in the place where every ordinary event feels supernatural, and in doing so, she became part of that atmosphere. By the time the rest of Westeros began to speak of her, she was no longer just a woman, she was a story. And stories that come out of Harrenhal do not arrive clean. They arrive stained with black stone dust and smoke, heavy with the memory of all the ambition that has come before. So when you ask who Alys Rivers truly was, you have to ask yourself what a castle like that does to the people who live inside it. It takes their intentions, their desires, their fears, and it turns them into something larger. Alys may have been born a bastard with a gift for remedies, or she may have been a witch who saw visions in storm clouds and mountain pools. But by the time she becomes entangled with a prince of the realm, she is already inseparable from the ruins that raised her. The castle has claimed her, and the castle, as everyone knows, does not let go easily. There's a moment in every study of Alys Rivers where the records stop being about her deeds and start being about her name, and in Westeros, a name carries more weight than any sword. Rivers. Not strong, not Targaryen, not even a name that can be traced to a mother with any certainty. Just Rivers. Harrenhal sits in the heart of the Riverlands, and that cursed castle we've been wandering through, that monument to ambition turned tomb, was the world she was born into. Every bastard born in the Riverlands is given the same surname, Rivers. It's a geographical marker as much as a social one. The great regions of Westeros each have their own names for children born outside of marriage. Snow in the north, sand in dawn, stone in the vale, and here, in the land of the trident, Rivers. On its surface, the name almost sounds poetic. Rivers are the lifeblood of this realm. They move, they nourish, they connect one kingdom to another. The Riverlands are defined by their waterways, and the name seems to flow naturally from the landscape itself. But in Westerosi society, the name is a brand, as much as it is a title. It announces to everyone who hears it that the person carrying it was born outside of the bonds of marriage, that their birth was a scandal, or at the very least, an inconvenient truth that polite society would rather not dwell on. For Alys Rivers, that name does more than just identify her. It separates her from the protection of legitimate birth. She is connected to House Strong. That much seems clear from the accounts that survive, but the name Rivers leaves her tied to that powerful family without ever granting her a secure place within it. She cannot inherit the Strong lands. She cannot bear the Strong name as her own. She cannot expect the full protection of the house, no matter how influential her father might have been. She stands at the edge of the family circle, close enough to benefit from its shadow, but never permitted to step fully into its warmth. If Lord Lionel Strong was indeed her father, as the most common genealogical claim suggests, then she was the half-sister of Harwin Strong and Larys Strong. Harwin, the man they called Breakbones, who was said to be the true father of Rhaenyra Targaryen's sons. Larys, the master of whisperers, the clubfoot, a man whose cunning was feared across the Seven Kingdoms. Alys would have grown up surrounded by the ambitions and dangers of one of the most politically entangled houses in the realm. But as a bastard daughter, her place in that household would have been conditional, provisional, always dependent on the goodwill of those above her. And that's the first layer of the mystery surrounding her. Because the historical records don't even agree on which Strong she belongs to. Some accounts name her as Lionel's daughter, which would place her among the senior branch of the family. Others simply call her a bastard of House Strong without ever specifying the degree of relation. And a few traditions suggest she might not have been a Strong at all, that the connection was invented later, or was far looser than the Maesters assumed. The name Rivers, which should anchor her to a specific time and place, instead becomes a doorway into uncertainty. It tells you she was born in the Riverlands. It tells you she was illegitimate, but it doesn't tell you who her parents were, where she was raised, or how she ended up within the walls of Harrenhal. That uncertainty is significant, because the stigma attached to bastardy in Westeros is not a small thing. The faith of the Seven teaches that children born out of wedlock are conceived in sin, and that taint is believed to pass to the child. The noble houses treat bastards as living reminders of failure, of dishonor, of promises broken. In the eyes of the realm, a bastard is inherently untrustworthy. They are believed to be ambitious, envious, and resentful of those born legitimate. That's why the surnames exist in the first place. They are a constant, unmissable reminder of the circumstances of a person's birth, worn in their very name, introduced in every formal setting, written into every record. For a woman, the stigma is doubled. A bastard son can at least hope to earn glory through the sword or the tourney field. He can seek employment as a sellsword or build a reputation in some distant war. But a bastard daughter has far fewer paths. She cannot become a knight. She cannot take up arms. If she is fortunate, she might be married off to a minor lord or a wealthy merchant. Her bastardy overlooked in exchange for the connection to her father's house. If she is less fortunate, she must find her own way. Wet nurse, seamstress, healer, camp follower, whatever role the world permits her to take. Alys Rivers, it seems, took on many roles over the course of her life, but before any of that, she had to exist within the reality of her name. She had to navigate a world in which her very surname was a quiet admission of her family's shame. The Strongs were a powerful house, but that power came with enemies. Harwin Strong's rumoured relationship with Princess Rhaenyra made him a target. Larys Strong played treacherous games in the shadows of King's Landing, and Lord Lionel Strong served as Hand of the King during a time of growing tension and danger. A bastard daughter connected to such a family would have been a convenient pawn, a vulnerable piece on a very large board. Her uncertain identity becomes the first layer of the mystery surrounding her, because the records are not just missing pieces of her story, they actively contradict each other. Grand Maester Munkun described her as a serving wench, with an interest in potions. Sept and Eustace called her a woods witch. Mushroom, the court fool who always told the most salacious version of any tale, claimed she was a sinister Enchantress who bathed in the blood of virgins to preserve her youth. None of them could agree on who she was, but all of them had heard her name. All of them knew she was connected to Harrenhal, and all of them wrote about her as a figure of suspicion, even fear. The name Rivers marks her as an outsider from the very beginning. It tells the world that she does not fully belong anywhere, not to House Strong, not to the nobility, not even to the common folk, who often viewed bastards with their own mixture of pity and mistrust. She belongs to the Riverlands in the way that a fallen leaf belongs to the river. She is carried along by forces she cannot control, shaped by a current that was set in motion long before she was born. And yet the name also grants her a strange kind of freedom, because a bastard, particularly a low-born or barely acknowledged bastard, is not bound by the expectations that constrain legitimate children. She is not obligated to marry where her family chooses. She is not required to serve as a political asset. She exists outside the normal structures of Westerosi society, which means she is less visible, less guarded, less expected to conform. That invisibility may have been exactly what allowed her to survive, and it is certainly what makes her so difficult for historians to pin down. The Maesters of the Citadel, who take such care to record the lineages and legacies of the great houses, largely ignored Alys Rivers until she became impossible to ignore. By the time she was linked to Prince Aemond Targaryen, the accounts had already become a tangle of rumour and contradiction, but the name Rivers remained constant throughout. It was the one fact that no one disputed, the single anchor in a sea of conflicting stories. In her name, we find the geography of her origin, the Riverlands, that contested region forever caught between the great powers of Westeros. And in that same name, we find her isolation from legitimate birth, her exclusion from the protections of House Strong, and the beginning of the mystery that would follow her through the Dance of the Dragons. Before she was a healer, before she was a wet nurse, before she was a prophet or a paramour or a witch, she was simply Rivers, a name marking her as born outside the rules of the world she inhabited. And that mark never truly left her. In the records of the Maesters, the songs of the singers, and the tales of the small folk who whispered about Harrenhal in the dark, she was always Rivers, always the outsider, always the woman whose true origin was just out of reach, flowing away like water between one's fingers. And it was from that uncertain foundation, that place of social invisibility and quiet vulnerability, that Alys Rivers somehow rose to become one of the most feared and fascinating figures of her age. A bastard girl with no secure place in the world, carrying only a surname that spoke of rivers and shame, she found her way into the ruins of a cursed castle and, from within those black stone walls, began to write a story that the historians still cannot fully untangle. The name Rivers carried weight in Westeros, but the family behind that name determined how much weight it truly held. For Alys, that family was strong, and the Strongs were no ordinary Riverlands house. They were lords of Harrenhal, masters of that vast and haunted fortress of black stone. And by the time the Dance of the Dragons split the realm in two, they had become essential to the politics of the entire kingdom. To bear the name Rivers meant being marked as baseborn and without legal inheritance. But to be a Rivers of the strong bloodline was something else entirely. It placed a woman close enough to power to feel its warmth, close enough to be destroyed by its fire, and yet never close enough to claim it as her own. The most common account names Lord Lionel Strong as Alys's father. Lionel Strong served as Master of Laws under King Viserys I, and later became Hand of the King, the highest office in the realm outside of the crown itself. He was a man of reputation, respected at court for his steady temperament and his commitment to order. And in a reign marked by growing fractures over the succession, it was Lionel Strong who was often called upon to hold the king's councils together. But before he sat at the king's table, before he carried the weight of the hand's pin, He was the Lord of Harrenhal. He inherited a castle soaked in grief, a seat that had already destroyed more families than anyone could easily count. And if the most common genealogical claim is true, he was also the father of Alys Rivers, a bastard daughter, born of a woman the sources never name and never describe. Nothing is recorded of that mother. No one says whether she was a serving woman in the castle, or a lady of some small house, or a stranger who passed through the Riverlands and was gone. The mother is simply absent from the record, and that silence is almost as telling as the claim itself. If true, she would be half-sister to Harwin Strong and Larys Strong. Harwin was the elder, a man so physically powerful that he was known as Breakbones. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and imposing in the way that knights of legend are supposed to be. The kind of man who seemed carved from the same dark stone as Harrenhal's towers. He served as a sworn shield to Princess Rhaenyra Targaryen, the king's chosen heir, and he became the centre of the most dangerous rumour in the realm. That he, not Rhaenyra's husband, Sir Lionel Velaryon, was the true father of her 3 sons. The boys had the strong look, brown hair and brown eyes, while Sir Lionel had the silver gold hair and pale features of old Valyria. Everyone could see the difference. Almost no one would speak of it openly, but the rumour followed Harwin like a shadow, whispered in corridors and carried across the kingdoms, and it would eventually destroy him. Larys could not have been more different from his brother, called the Clubfoot for the limp that marked his walk. Larys was small, pale, and quiet in a way that unsettled everyone around him. Where Harwin was open, direct and warm, Larys moved through the world in secrecy. He collected secrets the way other lords collected gold, and he rose to become Lord Confessor and later Master of Whisperers, the crowned spymaster. He was the kind of man who knew where the bodies were buried before the bodies were even cold. The contrast between the brothers was stark, and if Alys Rivers was indeed Lionel Strong's daughter, then she shared blood with both of them, though she resembled neither in manner. She was the hidden branch of a family whose 2 visible branches could not have been further apart. That connection places her near one of the most politically important families in the Riverlands. The Strongs were not an ancient house, not like the Tullys of Riverrun or the Blackwoods of Raventry Hall. They were a newer family, risen through royal service and rewarded with lands and titles. But their rise had been swift and steep. Within a single generation, they had gone from trusted servants to the Lords of Harrenhal, the largest castle in the entire Riverlands. By the time of the Dance of the Dragons, they held a position at the very centre of the succession crisis. Harwin Strong's rumoured fathering of Rhaenyra's sons meant that the legitimacy of the heir to the Iron Throne was secretly tied to the blood of House Strong. That was not a comfortable position to hold, and Larys, from his place in the shadows, used that position to shape the course of the war in ways that the histories only partially understand. To be connected to House Strong in these years was to be connected to the heart of the realm's fate, whether one chose it or not, even a bastard connection, even a connection that the law refused to acknowledge. Yet even her parentage is presented as a claim, rather than an uncontested fact. The sources that tell us about Alys Rivers do not agree on even the most basic elements of her identity. Grand Maester Munkun, whose history is the most sober of the surviving accounts, barely notices her. To Munkun, she is a serving wench, a woman of low status who had an interest in potions and who happened to catch the eye of a prince. Septon Eustace, writing from the perspective of the faith, describes her as a woods witch, a woman whose strange arts and corrupting influence were the ruin of the prince she attached herself to. Mushroom, the court fool, offers something far wilder. She was an enchantress who bathed in the blood of virgins to preserve her youth. A grotesque caricature that has more in common with fearful imagination and accusation than with sober observation. Each of these men had his own reasons to reshape her story. Each was writing after the events he described, relying on rumour, memory, and the testimony of strangers. None of them could have known with certainty who Alys Rivers' father was. The genealogies that name Lionel Strong are the most common version of her origin, but they are still genealogies compiled by Maesters who were not present at her birth, working from evidence that was itself fragmentary, contradictory, and often decades old. It is worth pausing on that uncertainty, because it runs through everything that surrounds this woman. The chronicles are confident in their judgments of her character and her deeds, but they are far less reliable in their grasp of her identity. Was she truly Lionel Strong's daughter? Did she grow up knowing that she was half-sister to Harwin and Larys, aware of her place in a powerful and dangerous family? Or was the connection invented later by storytellers who needed to explain why a woman of apparent common birth had such intimate knowledge of Harrenhal and the families that had ruled it? The text simply does not give a definitive answer, and perhaps that is fitting, because the world of Westeros is one in which history is written by those who survive, and those who survive often have very good reasons to shape the truth in particular ways. What we can say with some confidence is that the claim matters, regardless of whether it is strictly true. It matters because it places Alys within a family whose fate was intimately bound to Harrenhal. It matters because it gives her a reason to be at that castle, a reason that feels more natural than the alternative explanations. And it matters because it connects her to Harwin Strong, the man whose rumoured fathering of Rhaenyra's sons helped set the stage for a war that would consume the entire realm. If she was his half-sister, we would have watched his rise and his fall. She would have known the family from within, known its secrets, known its fears, and she would have been present at Harrenhal when the fire came. The story of that fire is itself a matter of disagreement. Lionel Strong and Harwin were both at Harrenhal when the castle burned. The blaze consumed them, along with much of the keep itself. Some accounts say it was an accident, a candle knocked over, a hearth left unattended, the ordinary tragedy of a large and decaying castle made of stone that seemed to drink in every flame. Others whisper that it was set deliberately, that the fire was the work of enemies who wanted the Lord of Harrenhal dead, and that the flames were merely the instrument of a plan that had been laid in secret long before. Afterward, no one among the chroniclers could agree on who benefited most, or what had really happened in the smoke. What is known is that the father and the heir of House Strong died together in that blaze, and that the family was never quite the same afterward. Larys inherited Harrenhal, but he was a man of whispers and court intrigue, not a man of the Riverlands, and he would never hold the castle for long. The strong hold on Harrenhal was, in the end, as fragile as everything else in that cursed place. And through all of this, what of Alys? If she was Lionel Strong's daughter, she was legally invisible. Bastards had no inheritance, no claim to their father's name, and very little claim to his protection. But they still had blood, they still had connection. And in the shattered aftermath of the Strong family's fall, a woman of that blood might well have found herself alone at Harrenhal, with no one left to acknowledge her, no one to exile her, and no real reason to leave. She would have had to find a way to survive within those black walls, to earn her keep, to make herself useful. The accounts that mention her all agree that she served some role within the castle, even if they disagree about what that role was. A wet nurse, a healer, a woman with a gift for potions and remedies. These are the functions that the Histories assign to her, and practical as those functions sound, they became the very focus upon which her entire legend would later be built. For Harrenhal, in the years before the dance, was not a fully manned fortress. It was enormous, far too enormous for the reduced household that occupied it. The great halls stood empty. The towers stood bare against the sky. The castle was a skeleton of itself, a monument to what it had once been, and the people who lived there were like ghosts, haunting the remnants of a grander age. In such a place, a healer was invaluable. The castle was old and dangerous, and people were always falling ill or injuring themselves in its ruined corridors. And so the woman who may have been a daughter of House Strong found her purpose in the quiet labour of caring for others, tending wounds, brewing remedies, and holding together what remained of life in a place that felt perpetually on the edge of death. That is where we leave her for now, in the shadow of Harrenhal, doing the humble work that the Histories barely notice, but cannot quite ignore. For the same hands that prepared medicines and quieted crying infants would eventually be blamed for much darker things, and the same woman who consoled the dying in the Black Castle's chambers would one day be spoken of as its true mistress. The connection between Alys Rivers and the Strong family does more than explain her name or her parentage. It places her inside one of the most dangerous households in the Seven Kingdoms. And yet in the same instant, it removes her from every protection that family might offer. To be a bastard of a great house is to exist in a peculiar state of in-between. You are not a servant, though you may work beside them. You are not a true-born child, though you share blood with the lords of the castle. You are acknowledged, perhaps, in private, but never quite claimed in the way that matters most. For Alys, that position meant she could remain close to Harrenhal's inner life. She would have known the rhythms of the castle, when the lords were away, when the Maester was occupied, when the kitchens fell quiet, and the great hall emptied of all but the echoes. A wet nurse does not simply feed a child. She becomes part of the household's most intimate machinery. She is trusted with the survival of noble infants during their most fragile hours. She is present in the middle of the night, when nursemaids trade whispers and mothers confess fears they would never speak aloud in daylight. And that trust, once given, is not easily withdrawn. If Lionel Strong was indeed her father, then Alys grew up in the shadow of her own family's power, without ever being allowed to stand in its light. Her blood granted her proximity to power, the right to walk the same halls, the right to know the same secrets, the right to hear the same conversations. And yet that same blood denied her the authority that came with it. She could watch her father govern. She could observe her half-brothers as they moved through their lives, but she could not inherit. She could not command. She could not raise her voice as a Strong, only as a Rivers. That is the condition of the bastard in a great household, to be always near but never within, to be familiar but never family. And for a clever girl like Alys, that condition might have been its own kind of education. The spaces between servants and nobles are not empty spaces. They are crowded with observation. A girl who exists in those spaces learns to read a room before she enters it. She learns which servants carry gossip to which lords. She learns which nobles speak freely in front of the help, and which ones guard their words like gold. She learns who can be trusted and who cannot, not from books, not from lessons, but from the slow, patient accumulation of 1,000 small moments. For Alys, that knowledge would have been survival itself. The Strong household was not a simple one. Lionel Strong served as Master of Laws and later as Hand of the King, which meant he spent long stretches in King's Landing, while Harrenhal ran on the authority of his sons and his household officers. Harwin Strong, the eldest, was a warrior, a man whose reputation for physical strength was so great that the small folk called him Breakbones. But strength was not subtlety. Harwin's life was tangled in the court, and his closeness to Princess Rhaenyra Targaryen would eventually become the subject of the most dangerous rumours in the realm. Larys Strong, the younger brother, was a different kind of creature. The clubfoot made him an object of pity to some, but it also made him something else. A man who learned to move quietly, to collect secrets the way other men collected coin. Larys understood that power made of muscle could be broken, but power made of knowledge could be spent again and again without ever being exhausted. If Alys observed anything, she would have observed that, and she might well have learned from it. Consider what it means to be a woman born with the name Rivers inside a fortress like Harrenhal. She is not the lady of the castle. She is not even a guest. She is something else, a presence that is simultaneously acknowledged and ignored. The servants might treat her with a guarded respect because her blood is noble, and they cannot be certain how the Lord regards her. The nobles might treat her with a measured distance, because she is useful in ways a true-born sister could never be. She can be the wet nurse. She can be the healer. She can be the one who sits with the dying and the frightened, the one who listens when no one else will. And that is where her real power would have taken root. Not in magic, not in potions, at least not at first, in knowledge, in trust, in the slow, deliberate accumulation of other people's secrets. The Maesters of Harrenhal came and went. The lords and their retinues passed through the castle gates year after year, each bringing their own ambitions and their own lies. But Alys remained, a bastard of the strong line, rooted to a place that everyone else abandoned when the winds turned cold. She would have seen the succession of stewards, the rotation of guards, the rise and fall of alliances, and she would have remembered all of it. There is a reason the histories describe her as a woman who was present when others fled, when Harrenhal fell into chaos, when the walls wept with damp and ruin, and the black towers seemed to lean a little closer to the ground. It was Alys who remained. She was there before the dance of the dragons. She was there after, and when Prince Aemond Targaryen arrived with his dragon and his blood-soaked ambitions, she was still there. A woman who had spent a lifetime learning exactly what kind of men could be trusted and exactly what kind could not. Her later influence, whatever form it took, may have begun with nothing more than that. Knowing who spoke truth and who spoke lies. Knowing which servant belonged to which faction. Knowing which door led where, which wall carried sound, which stone concealed a passage. Knowing the difference between a threat and a whisper. In a castle as cursed and rumour-haunted as Harrenhal, that knowledge was the only currency that never lost its value. So when the sources describe her as a woman of uncertain age, a woman who seemed to know things she should not know, a woman whose presence unsettled even the men who had come to seize power for themselves, they may not have been describing a witch at all. They may have been describing a woman who had simply learned, over the course of decades, that in a house where everyone lies, the one who listens is the one who survives. But of course, that is not where the story ends, because Harrenhal is a place where even the most practical survival strategies begin to look like sorcery, and the woman who waited at its heart, watching from the shadows of a broken castle, would soon become something far more than a healer. With a quiet voice, she would become the thick who saw visions in storm clouds, in mountain pools at dusk, in the fire they lit to cook their suppers. A woman whose very presence seemed to blur the line between what was real and what was feared. Whether she was a witch or a survivor, every account agrees on one thing: she saw what was coming, and she was not afraid. To be a bastard in a great household was to live in the shadow of a name you could never fully claim. But proximity, even denied, is still a kind of position. And for a woman in that position, there were very few doors left open. The most respectable of them was service, and the most intimate form of service available to a woman of Alys's uncertain standing was the role of wet nurse. Alys is remembered as a wet nurse. It is an odd detail to survive the centuries, given how seldom history bothers to record the names of women who nursed other women's children. But in the world of Westeros, the wet nurse was not a minor figure. She was a necessity. Noble mothers were often expected to conceive again quickly, and the demands of court life made extended nursing impractical. So the infants of great houses were given over to another woman's breast, another woman's arms, another woman's watchful care, and in that exchange, something quietly profound took place. The wet nurse fed the child of her lord with her own body. She held the air in her arms when the mother was too weak, too ill, or too distant to do so. She woke in the night to soothe a screaming infant whose cries might otherwise carry through stone corridors and wake an entire keep. She knew the child's rhythms, its fears, its first words, and in a world where bloodline was everything, where the survival of a noble name rested on the fragile breath of a newborn, the woman who kept that breath steady was trusted with the single most important duty a household had. That is what a wet nurse was in the deep bones of the institution. Not merely a servant, a guardian of continuation. This was the role that kept Alys at Harrenhal. Whether she had arrived there as a girl tied to the strong family, or had been brought in later from the surrounding riverlands, the position itself would have defined her days. It placed her in the very centre of the household's most private rhythms, the lying in after a birth, the hushed arguments about inheritance, the feverish nights when a child's life hung by a thread and every adult in the room pretended to be braver than they felt. There is a particular intimacy to the wet nurse's position that is difficult to parallel anywhere else in the hierarchy of a noble household. She was not a mother, and yet she performed the most maternal of acts. She was not a relative, and yet she held the blood of the family in her arms. She was not a counsellor, and yet mothers and fathers alike would speak freely in her presence, believing that a servant's ears were of no consequence. That assumption was rarely true. Ears do not stop working simply because the person attached to them is considered unimportant. A wet nurse would have witnessed private family tensions that formal histories rarely record. The historians who wrote of Harrenhal and the Dance of the Dragons were men of the citadel or the faith, writing at a distance, arranging events into tidy judgments. But the women who moved through the bedchambers and nurseries saw the other version of those events. They saw how a lord and lady spoke to each other when they thought no one of consequence was listening. They saw which children were favoured and which were quietly set aside. They watched the jealousies and alliances of a great house form in real time, in the smallest gestures. These were not the moments recorded in chronicles. They were the moments that decided things, and they happened in rooms where the wet nurse was expected to be present but invisible, a piece of the furniture, in a manner of speaking, someone who could be ignored because she was not worth noticing, and in being ignored, she saw everything. The work placed her close to mothers, infants, illnesses, and the most vulnerable moments of aristocratic life. It is difficult to fully grasp how fragile existence was in a place like Harrenhal. The castle was vast and cold, its black stone walls holding in the damp, its great halls difficult to heat. Childhood was a treacherous passage. Fevers swept through nurseries and took whole generations in a single season. Childbirth itself was a mortal risk for mothers of every rank. The noble lady who survived 5 births and died on the 6th was not an exception. She was a pattern. In that world, the woman who knew how to stop a bleeding, how to bring down a fever, how to know whether a baby's cry meant hunger or sickness, was not merely useful, she was essential. And if she did her work well, she would be called upon in moments of crisis that had nothing to do with nursing at all. The Maester might know his ravens and his chains and his theories, but the wet nurse knew the bodies of the household in a far more immediate way. She knew the children she had raised. She knew the mothers she had attended. She knew the ailments that ran through the bloodline and the remedies that seemed to actually work. This is where Alys's reputation begins to shift, somewhere between the practical and the inexplicable, between the hands that soothed a fevered child and the whispered words that accompanied a poultice. The line began to blur. Her knowledge of bodies and households could later be mistaken for sorcery. It is a transformation that has happened to women throughout real history. A woman who knows which herbs ease a difficult birth, who can tell from a glance whether a wound will fester, who seems to know things she should not know, becomes dangerous to those who want an explanation. The word witch is often just a name for a woman whose competence exceeds her station. When Grand Maester Munkun later wrote of Alys as a serving wench interested in potions, he was doing something very typical of learned men writing about women of lower birth. He was reducing her, the wet nurse, the healer, the woman who had spent years holding dying infants and calming terrified mothers, became a woman merely dabbling in strange concoctions. Sept and Eustace, even less charitable, would call her a woods witch. but neither of them could deny that she had been there, that she had acted, that she had been relied upon. It is worth pausing to consider what Harrenhal would have been like when the Maester fled. The castle, already wounded and cursed in the minds of the small folk, suddenly lost its only educated healer. The sick and the injured would have had nowhere else to turn, and so the wet nurse, the woman already known for her steady hands and her quiet competence, stepped into the vacancy. She became the one who treated the wounds, who set the broken bones, who delivered the children of a castle left to its own devices. The transition from wet nurse to healer is not a difficult one to imagine. It is, in fact, the most natural progression a woman of her position could make. The skills are adjacent, the knowledge is overlapping, and the trust, once established in the nursery, carries over into the wider household. In the records of the Dance of the Dragons, Alys Rivers appears in fragments. A mention here, a passing description there, and always in those fragments, there is a kind of unease. The writers could not fully explain her. They could not fit her into the categories that made sense to them. She was a bastard, but she moved through the castle as if she belonged there. She was a wet nurse, but she carried herself with an authority that was not at all servant-like. She was a healer, but the healing she performed seemed to come from somewhere other than book learning. And then there was the matter of her age. The accounts disagreed, sharply and irreconcilably, about how old she actually was. Some said she was past 40. Others claimed she looked no older than 25. The discrepancy was never resolved, and the fact that it was never resolved only deepened the suspicion that there was something not entirely natural about her. For the people of Harrenhal, that suspicion would have been enough. In a place already haunted by its own history, already marked by flames and ruin, and the curse of a king who died within its walls, the presence of a woman who seemed to see beyond the ordinary world was not a comfort. It was a warning. She was useful, and she was feared. She was depended upon, and she was watched. The wet nurse had become something else, a keeper of knowledge, a witness to the private failures and fears of the powerful. And in a world where knowledge was power, and where the powerful would do anything to keep their secrets buried, that made her both invaluable and deeply dangerous. The role of wet nurse kept Alys Rivers close to the private heart of Harrenhal. It put her in rooms where a maester would never be summoned, and it gave her a quiet education that no chain of links could provide. She learned the small signs of a body in trouble, the way a fever could be read in the eyes, the way a wound could turn bad, even when it looked clean at first. These were not lessons from a scroll. They came from years of watching, of handling, of staying up through the night with the sick and the helpless, and of learning what actually worked and what did not. Long before anyone gave her the name of healer, she had already become one in the only way that truly matters, through practice. Then the war came to Harrenhal, and the emptiness followed. The Dance of the Dragons tore through the riverlands like a plague of fire and iron. Armies moved across the map, and every lord with a claim to something tried to seize what he could. Harrenhal, as always, was too large and too cursed to be ignored. It was taken and retaken, held and lost, occupied by one force and then another. Garrisons settled into its ruined halls. Soldiers brought their wounds, their sicknesses, and their fears through its gates. And at some point in the middle of all that movement and misery, the Maester who had served the castle decided that he had had enough. No one records exactly why he left. There is no dramatic story attached to his departure, no scene of heroic refusal or desperate flight. He simply went, whether he feared for his own life, whether he saw which way the war was turning and chose a safer allegiance, whether he was simply exhausted by a castle that seemed to drain the life from everyone inside it. The histories are silent. What matters is the result. Harrenhal was suddenly without a maester, and in the middle of a war, with wounded men piling up in every hall, the castle needed what a maester could give more than it needed anything else. When Harrenhal's maester abandons the castle, Alys becomes one of the few people able to treat the sick and wounded. She had no chain of links. She had never studied at the Citadel, but she had something that in that moment was worth far more than a chain. She had knowledge that worked. Other servants in Harrenhal could boil bandages or hold a man down while a wound was cleaned. But Alys knew which roots to dig from the wet earth around the god's eye. She knew which leaves could be steeped into a drink that would break a fever, which mushrooms could be gathered safely from the damp stone, which pastes could be packed into a wound to draw out the poison before it spread. These were not lessons from a book. They were lessons from the land itself, carried in the memory of small folk women for generations, and in a castle whose maester had fled. That kind of knowledge became the difference between life and death. Her practical knowledge turns her from a servant into an indispensable caretaker. The shift is subtle at first, the way such shifts always are. A soldier with a wounded arm is brought to her because there is no one else. A lord with a fever sends for her because he is desperate. And slowly, over weeks and months of war, the pattern becomes established. She is no longer asked to cook or to clean. She is sought out when the body fails. The gap between those two things is enormous. A servant is anonymous, replaceable, part of the background of the castle, but a caretaker who can stand at a bedside and pull a man back from the edge of the grave is anything but replaceable. The lords who held Harrenhal may not have known what to make of her, but they knew that when one of their own was hurt, they wanted her there. In a war-torn stronghold, medicine becomes a form of power, not the loud power of swords and siege engines, but something quieter and more intimate. The power of knowing whether a wound is healing or festering. The power of choosing what to give a patient and what to withhold. The power of being the one person in the castle who cannot be dismissed. For a woman born a bastard, for a woman who had spent most of her life at the edge of noble attention, that power must have felt like a kind of transformation. She may not have set out to acquire it. She may have simply done what needed to be done. But the position she found herself in was not the position of a servant. It was the position of someone who possessed something that no one else in the castle could offer. And in a place like Harrenhal, where alliances shifted like smoke, that made her a force to be respected. Every recovery can look like a miracle, while every death can become evidence of a curse. This is the double-edged nature of the healer's art in an age of superstition. When Alys treated a wounded knight and he rose from his bed, the soldiers around him would marvel. They would whisper that she had the touch, that the gods had blessed her hands, that she could look at a man and know whether he would live or die. And when a patient died, as patients will even under the finest care, whispers took a darker tone. Why did she fail with him? Was there something she did not want him to survive? Was her remedy the cause of the death, rather than the cure? In a castle already thick with cruelty and sorrow, where every servant knew that the black stones could tell 1,000 stories of pain, suspicion took root easily. A healer who failed was not just unlucky, she was dangerous. The historians who tried to capture her in their pages each saw a different woman. Grand Maester Munkun, writing with the tidy condescension of a man who has never held a sick person in his arms, called her a serving wench who dabbled in potions. For him, her healing was a kind of low craft, the work of a woman who should have known her place. Septon Eustace, viewing the world through a lens of faith, gave her a harsher name. He called her a woods witch, which placed her outside the bounds of proper religion. A person like that, in his view, was not saving souls. She was meddling in things that should have been left to the gods, and Mushroom, the court fool, outdid them both by turning her into a figure of pure darkness, an enchantress with ancient knowledge and no scruples about how she used it. The truth, as always, is harder to pin down, but it is worth noting that none of her detractors ever claimed she was incompetent. They all acknowledged, in their own ways, that she knew what she was doing. Their disagreement was over what she was doing it with. Potions or magic, skill or spells, the line between the two was impossible for anyone to draw with confidence. As the war continued, Harrenhal kept producing the injured and the dying, and Alys kept doing what needed to be done. But the more she healed, the more rumour wrapped itself around her. A woman who knows the secrets of the body begins to seem like a woman who knows other secrets too. The same mind that can recognise a poison might also know how to prepare one. The same eyes that can read a fever might also read the future. The people who came to her with their wounded also brought their questions. Did the storm outside look like an omen to her? Did the fire in the hearth show her anything? Could she see, in the mist over the lake, the faces of the dead or the destinies of the living? She never denied these things, or at least the stories do not record any denial, and whether she truly had such sight or not, she understood that there is power in being mysterious. The healer who listens to the voices of the wind is more feared and more respected than the healer who simply cleans a wound and goes home. The better she became at her work, the more the castle needed her. And the more the castle needed her, the more the castle claimed her. Harrenhal would not let her go. It was a place that swallowed lives, twisted fates, and made legends out of ordinary people. Alys Rivers was no longer just a wet nurse. She was no longer just a healer. She was becoming something stranger. Something that the war and the Black Stones and all her years of silent observation had been quietly preparing her to become. The whispers followed her through the corridors, and she neither confirmed them nor denied them. She simply continued her work, tending to the wounded, watching the flames, and letting the people of Harrenhal decide for themselves what she truly was. With the Maester gone, the daily question of who would heal the sick and wounded at Harrenhal fell to Alys Rivers, and the simple fact that she stepped into that role tells us something about the trust the people around her placed in her hands. But the historical record does not give us her voice. It gives us instead the words of men who watched her life from a distance and shaped her into the shapes they needed her to take. Of all those men, the one whose words claim the most official weight is Grand Maester Munkun. Munkun wrote in the voice of sober institutional history. Dates, names, successions, terse explanations of events. He sounds like a man who simply recorded what happened, without flair and without fear. He does not chase gossip the way Mushroom does. He does not preach like Septon Eustace. When he mentions a woman like Alys Rivers, he does so as though he were writing an inventory of the castle's furniture, and that is precisely what makes his description so telling. Grand Maester Munkun presents Alys as a serving wench with an interest in potions. That is all. Not a healer, not a wet nurse, not the woman who saw visions in storm clouds and mountain pools at dusk, not a prophetess who whispered death in the ears of men who took Harrenhal, just a serving wench. The phrase places her beneath the threshold of consequence. A serving wench carries trays. A serving wench pours wine. A serving wench is part of the background, easily overlooked, easily dismissed, easily replaced, and the interest in potions is recorded in the same flat tone, as though it were a small curiosity, a taste for something, a private hobby. Munkun does not make it sound sinister. He does not make it sound magical. He simply notes it, the way he might note the number of candles required to light the Great Hall in winter. His version strips away the language of enchantment and reduces her to a suspicious but ordinary woman, where other accounts will clothe her in mist and prophecy. Munkun dresses her in plain cloth, no spells, no visions, no old gods whispering through the cracked stones of Harrenhal. In his telling, she is just a woman who works in the castle and who knows something about brewing, nothing more, nothing less. But observe what he does not do. He does not say she is harmless. He does not explain away the potions. He leaves the word resting in the sentence, and the word itself does its quiet work. Potions might mean medicine, contraception, poison, or simple household remedies. All of those things are possible, and all of them mattered in the daily life of a castle at war. A healer mixing herbs could ease a fever, or ease a woman through a difficult childbirth. She could also end a pregnancy before the world ever knew it existed. She could brew a bitter draught to clean a wound, or a sweeter one to make a man sleep forever. The knowledge itself was neutral. The use of it was everything. But in the world of Westeros, and in the medieval world that Westeros reflects, that knowledge was not allowed to stay neutral for long. A man with the same skill might be called a Maester or an alchemist, a scholar of the body's secrets. A woman with the same skill was something else. She was suspicious. She was dangerous. Her interest in potions became proof of her unreliability, even before she ever performed a single deed. The fear came from the knowledge itself, not from what she did with it. And Munkun, for all his careful neutrality, understood this. He does not call her a witch. He does not claim she casts spells. He does not reach for the language of forbidden magic. That stains her in other accounts. But he mentions the potions. He makes sure the potions are in the record, in the quiet economy of his prose. That one detail functions like a mark scratched beside her name, a signal to everyone who reads it that this woman was watched. The official sounding account still reveals how closely her knowledge was associated with danger, because even in the most unadorned version of Alys Rivers, she is a woman who knew how to change the body. She could heal, she could harm, she could protect, she could endanger. The people around her knew this, and it shaped how they saw her, long before any rumours of witches and virgins' blood began to circulate in the camps. The danger did not come from the magic the other chroniclers attached to her. It came from the simple fact that she knew things she was not supposed to know, and held skills that made her impossible to fully control. A serving wench also has access. She moves through chambers that lords and ladies occupy. She stands at the edge of private conversations. She hears the bedside confessions, the fevered mutterings, the unguarded words that leak out when pain lowers the walls of politeness. She holds the cup. She hands over the cloth. She closes the door. If she has an interest in potions, then every cup she carries becomes a quiet question. What was in it? What did she add? What did she leave out? Nothing is ever said aloud, of course, but the question lives in the room, unspoken and unprovable. The word wench is worth pausing on. It is a small word, spoken through the mouth of official history, and it does double work. On one side, it dismisses her. It scrapes away her dignity and pins her to her station. She is not a wise woman. She is not a lady. She is not even a healer with a title. She is a wench. On the other side, the word carries a flicker of unease. A wench is not refined. Her knowledge is not learned from a maester's chain. It is earthy, practical, inherited, or improvised in the shadows of the castle. And when that kind of woman develops an interest in potions, the chronicler's sentence begins to hum with everything it refuses to say. By stripping away the language of enchantment, Munkun may have intended to protect her from the libels that would gather around her name in other tellings. He may have thought he was being fair, being measured, being rational, but the result is more complicated. His sober description does not make her safer, it makes her more insidious. A witch can be identified, her candles, her powders, her ritual words, but a serving wench with a quiet interest in potions is just there. You cannot see her danger until it is already in the cup, already in the wound, already working its way through the body of someone who never thought to ask. And then there is the matter of what she did with those potions at Harrenhal. When the Maester fled, the castle's suffering did not wait. Soldiers arrived wounded from blades and arrows. Fever moved through the towers with the damp air. Women gave birth in the shadow of a curse that seemed to press down on every stone. Alys was the one who stayed. Alys was the one who knew what to do. In Munkun's account, this is all background. She potioned. The story moves on. But the story only moves on because someone was there to hold the line between life and death. Her usefulness does not contradict her danger. That is the dark heart of Munkun's casual description. She was needed and she was feared. Both things were true at once. The castle depended on her skill, and the men who wrote about her could not stop themselves from marking her as a woman to be watched. The potions are the hinge. Medicine looks like poison, depending on the hand that pours and the mouth that drinks, and everyone at Harrenhal knew which hand was pouring. There is something almost tender in the way Munkun reduces her. If you look at it from the right angle, he gives her no supernatural power. He gives her no grand malevolence. He gives her only the ordinary, human capacity to mix things together and know what they will do. In a way, this makes her more frightening than the witch she becomes in other accounts, because there is nothing fantastical about her. She is just a woman with knowledge in a world that could not contain her. Munkun kept her small. He kept her domestic. He kept her in the kitchen and the sick room. A woman with a talent for mixtures, no more remarkable than a cook who knows her spices. He never lifted her into the grand narratives of prophecy and doom that would come to define her legend, but he did not need to. By writing down that one phrase, he made sure that she would never be forgotten and never be fully trusted. The chronicler in his tower could not have known how long her shadow would fall over the tale. He only knew that she unsettled him enough to leave a mark. And after his account settled into the official record, the other voices of this history chose an entirely different language for the same woman. They would not keep her in the servants' quarters. Their words would pull her out of the kitchen and into the old forest that surrounds Harrenhal, where the line between remedy and ritual begins to fade, and where a woman's knowledge takes on the weight of something far older than any potion could hold. When Septon Eustace put his account into writing, he offered a portrait of Alys Rivers that could not be more different from the one Grand Maester Munkun left behind. Where Munkun saw a serving wench with a suspicious interest in potions, Eustace saw something far older, far wilder, and far more unsettling. He called her a woods witch. Before the weight of that term can truly settle, it helps to understand who Septon Eustace was. He was a man of the faith of the Seven, a Septon who served in the royal court, and whose chronicle of the Dance of the Dragons remains one of the few comprehensive records of that terrible war. He was not a maester. He was not a lord. He was a priest, and like most priests, he saw the world through the architecture of his own religion. For Eustace, history was never just a record of events. It was a moral telling, a story of sin and virtue, of the gods' favour and the gods' displeasure, and in that telling, there were very clear categories for the people who appeared on the page: kings, queens, knights, lords, septons, maesters. And then there were the others, the ones who stood outside the ordered world. Alys Rivers belonged to the others. When Eustace called her a woods witch, he was not simply being cruel. He was placing her within the religious imagination of Westeros. The term itself carries a particular weight, one that echoes all the way back to a time before the Seven ever crossed the narrow sea. A woods witch was not a court sorcerer and not a priestess of any recognised temple. She was something earthier, something wilder, at home among old stones and deep-rooted trees. She was the kind of woman who could read prophecy in a storm cloud, or in a mountain pool at dusk, or in the fire lit to cook supper. She knew the names of plants that could heal, and the names of plants that could kill, and in the eyes of the faith, such a woman was not merely strange, she was suspect, because her knowledge came from somewhere outside the gods that Eustace served. That point deserves to sit with you for a moment. Septon Eustace never accused Alys of a specific crime in his chronicle. He did not claim she had poisoned a man, or cursed a lord, or cast a spell upon the castle. The accusation lived in the naming itself. The word woods witch was enough. It conjured the image of a woman who had stepped outside the boundaries that the faith and the social order had drawn around her. It marked her as someone whose power was not sanctioned, whose knowledge was not authorized, whose very existence posed a quiet challenge to the hierarchies of her world. Because think about what Alys actually did at Harrenhal. According to the more sober accounts, she nursed children, she tended the wounded. When the Maester abandoned the castle, she stepped into his role, treating illness and injury as best she could with whatever means were available. Those are acts of care. Those are acts of mercy. in any ordinary light, but the moment a woman performs those acts outside the authority of a maester, or a septon, or a lord's household, the meaning begins to drift. The same hands that dress a soldier's wounds could, in the minds of frightened men, repair a fatal draught. The same knowledge that cures a fever could, in the dark hours of suspicion, brew something far worse. Healing, in the warped logic of rumour, becomes a kind of concealed threat, and so the label of Wood's Witch transforms a woman's practical skill into forbidden practice. It takes the good she did and wraps it in shadow. This is the suspicion that has always clung to women who hold knowledge outside the authority of men. A maester could study the properties of herbs for years, cutting open bodies to learn their secrets, and be honoured for his discipline. A septon could spend a lifetime reading the seven-pointed star and be celebrated for his wisdom. But a woman who simply knew things through observation, through the inherited traditions of the countryside, through the long memory of the old gods, she had no title to protect her. She had no chain of command to vouch for her. She had only her own reputation, and that reputation could be turned against her at any moment. And so Alys Rivers becomes frightening in the pages of Eustace's chronicle, not because she is proven guilty of anything, but because no one can comfortably explain her. Sit with that for a moment. There is a specific kind of terror that comes from the unexplained, especially when it attaches to a woman of uncertain origin. Alys was a bastard of House Strong, or so the stories said. She was a wet nurse who never seemed to age the way she should. She was a healer who lingered at Harrenhal while maesters fled and lords died around her. Every account of her carries these threads, but none of them weave into a clean pattern. Munkun called her a serving wench. Eustace called her a wood's witch. They could not even agree on the basic shape of her life, and that unresolved strangeness is precisely what made her dangerous in the eyes of the men who wrote her down. For a septon like Eustace, the inability to explain a woman like Alys was itself evidence of something unholy. The faith of the seven is built on order. The father judges, the mother shows mercy, the maiden represents purity, the crone represents wisdom, the smith builds, the warrior fights, the stranger receives the dead. There is a place for everything, and everything in its place. A woman who did not fit, who seemed to exist outside the pull of time and the authority of men, who drew her power from the old gods, or from something older still. She had no room in that architecture, and so she became an object of fear, a vessel for every anxiety the men around her could not articulate. There is a detail worth remembering here. Eustace wrote his account from the safety of a court that had survived the Dance of the Dragons. He was writing history, but he was also writing theology. In his telling, the unfathomable nature of the world was often explained by the presence of sin, and the presence of sin was often made visible in the figures of women who stepped beyond their assigned roles. He was not alone in this. The maesters of the Citadel carried their own suspicions. The court would later cling to every dark rumour about Alys until her story became nearly indistinguishable from myth. But Eustace gave her something different from suspicion. He gave her a place. The Wood's Witch is a title, almost an office, in the folklore of the rivers and forests. It suggests a woman who keeps her own ways, her own sources of knowledge, her own kind of power, and for the men who could not control her, that was the most troubling thing imaginable. As the years passed and Harrenhal continued to devour its lords, the shape of Alys's legend thickened. She was no longer a servant to be dismissed, or a healer to be thanked. She was a presence, a figure who unsettled every lord who held the castle, and every chronicler who tried to write her down. Munkun's serving wench fades into the background of his account, a minor irritation in a vast war, but Eustace's Wood's Witch lingers. A woman who cannot be explained is far harder to forget than a woman who can be dismissed. And in the telling of the dance, there would be one voice still more extreme, one account that would push Alys beyond the edges of human suspicion, and into something altogether darker, something the more careful writers would only hint at from a distance. Septon Eustace saw a woods witch, but there was another voice at court, one that carried further and whispered lower. The court fool, Mushroom, offered his own account of Alys Rivers, and of all the versions that survive, his is the darkest. His is the one that people remember even when they cannot say where they first heard it. The story of Alys as an enchantress, as a woman who kept her youth through blood, belongs to him and to him alone. Mushroom was not a Maester. He was not a Septon. He was the court jester, a dwarf who entertained the royal family with crude jokes and bawdy tales. His histories, if we can call them that, were recorded after the Dance of the Dragons by men who copied down his ramblings with great reluctance and great fascination. No one ever claimed that Mushroom was a reliable witness. No one ever claimed that he told the truth. But he was there. He was in the court. He saw things or said he saw them. And his voice is the one that later ages have found hardest to forget. There is something about a fool's testimony that lingers. A Maester writes careful sentences with measured words, weighing evidence and citing sources. A Septon writes homilies, shaping the world into a morality play. But a fool speaks in images. He speaks in the crude, vivid language of the body, of blood, of sex, of hunger, of fear. And it is the image, not the argument, that stays with us after we close the book. For Mushroom, Alys was not a serving wench. That was Munkun's tame, boring idea of her. She was not merely a woods witch, as Eustace would have it. No, Mushroom offers the most lurid version, portraying Alys as an enchantress who bathed in virgin's blood. The image is specific. It is horrible. And it is, in its own grotesque way, unforgettable. Alys Rivers, the woman who seemed too young for her age. The woman whose face defied the decades that should have carved their lines into her skin. Munkun and Eustace had both noticed that she looked younger than she ought to be. Neither of them could explain it. Munkun shrugged and moved on. Eustace reached for the familiar language of witchcraft, but Mushroom gave the mystery a method. He gave it a body. He supplied the blood. According to Mushroom, Alys preserved her youthful appearance through a ritual that would make even the most hardened self-cert flinch. She bathed in the blood of virgins, draining the life of young women to keep her own beauty from withering. The story explains her youthful appearance through grotesque ritual rather than natural beauty. It is the oldest and darkest of fairy tales, the monstrous inversion of a woman's desire to remain desirable. But in Mushroom's telling, it was not a metaphor, it was a practice. It was murder, repeated and refined into a cosmetic routine. Now, there are certain things one must understand about Mushroom if we are to make any sense of his story. He was a fool. Not a fool in the sense of a simpleton, but a court fool, a jester. His entire existence was built on the permission to say outrageous things. That was his function in the royal household. He could whisper the worst truths and the wildest lies into the ear of a king, and everyone would laugh because he was Mushroom, and Mushroom said such things. He claimed that Queen Alicent slept with her own son. He claimed that Princess Rhaenyra seduced a knight in the middle of a war council. He claimed that the king himself had been cuckolded 100 times by 100 different men. Some of his stories have the ring of truth. Most are simply too delicious to be trusted. And this particular tale of the Enchantress and her bath of blood is exactly the kind of story that Mushroom would tell. It is grotesque. It is sexual in its undertones. It is designed to shock. And there is not a single shred of evidence to support it. No servant came forward to describe the screams. No healer reported young women dying under mysterious circumstances. No grieving parent stood outside the gates of Harrenhal demanding justice for a missing daughter. The story rests entirely on the word of a man whose profession was lying for applause. His reputation for scandal makes the tale memorable and impossible to verify. He is the sort of source who cannot be trusted even when he happens to be telling the truth. And yet his version of Alys has outlived the careful records of the Maesters. It has outlived the moral warnings of the Septons. It survives because it is memorable. It survives because it is horrible. And it survives because It gives people something that the measured accounts of Munkun and Eustace cannot give them, a reason to be afraid of her. And this perhaps is the deepest mystery of Alys Rivers. The accusation may reveal more about the appetite for sensational stories than about Alys herself. Think about what was happening in Westeros when Mushroom was telling his tales. The kingdom was tearing itself apart. The dance of the dragons had turned brother against sister, and the rivers of the realm were running red with the blood of the noble and the common alike. In times like these, people need explanations. They need to believe that the women who survived at the edges of the chaos did not do so through luck or skill, but through something dark and forbidden. It was easier to imagine Alys as a blood-drinking enchantress than to accept her as an ordinary woman who had simply outlived the men around her. There is a pattern in the histories of Westeros, and indeed in the histories of our own world, that follows women like Alys, a woman who is beautiful and unmarried, a woman who knows things she should not know, a woman who survives when others die. Such a woman will always attract stories, and the darker the times, the darker the stories will become. The virgin's blood is not a fact, it is a symptom. It is the shape of a society's fear, poured into the mould of a woman it could not otherwise explain. Mushroom's Alys, then, is not really Alys. She is a character in a joke that was told too often to be funny anymore. She is a nightmare that the court invented, because nightmares are easier to face than the truth, and the truth, as far as anyone could ever establish it, is far more ordinary. Alys was a woman at Harrenhal. She was a bastard, a wet nurse, a healer. She was there when the castle needed someone to care for its sick and its wounded. She was there when Prince Aemond Targaryen arrived to claim the broken fortress for his mother's cause. And she was there when he needed someone to warm his bed and whisper in his ear. There is no evidence that she bathed in blood. There is no evidence that she murdered anyone at all. And yet, of all the versions of Alys Rivers that have come down to us, it is Mushroom's that clings to the memory. It is Mushroom's that you will hear repeated in the silent hours, when the candles are low and the old stories feel closer to truth than they do by daylight. There is a reason for that. We remember the monstrous woman because the kind woman would demand too much of us. If Alys was simply a healer who helped the people of Harrenhal, her story ends in ordinary obscurity. But if she was an enchantress, a creature of blood and magic, then she becomes something else entirely. She becomes a legend. And legends do not need to be verified. They only need to be told. So when you hear the tale of Alys Rivers, bathing in the blood of virgins, remember where it came from. Remember the court that laughed at Mushroom's jokes, and the war that made everyone desperate for a villain, and the fear that whispered in every ear that no woman could survive such times without some unholy bargain. Then ask yourself, not whether Alys was guilty, but why the story needed to be true. Because in a kingdom where dragons turned against their riders, where oaths were broken before the ink had dried, and where a woman's beauty was seen as a weapon rather than a blessing, the strangest thing about Mushroom's Enchantress is not that she was a monster. The strangest thing is that she was believed, and that belief would only grow as the war pressed on. For when a man like Aemond Targaryen falls under the influence of a woman like Alys Rivers, history will always search for an explanation. They will search for potions, for spells, for blood, for any explanation that spares them the simpler and stranger truth. Perhaps he simply wanted her. Perhaps she simply saw in him a path to safety in a world that had never offered her any. Or perhaps there was something in her eyes that the histories can no longer see. Something that drew the eye of a prince, that quieted his rage, that made Harrenhal feel, for a moment, less like a curse and more like a home. And so the stories would follow them both, from the black towers above the lake to the burning skies of the God's Eye, where the truth of Alys Rivers would sink into murky water, never to be recovered. Mushroom's version of Alys Rivers is the one that lingers longest in the memory, a woman who bathed in the blood of virgins to keep herself young. It is grotesque, it is vivid, and it is almost certainly invented, but the fact that Mushroom told it at all tells us something about how Alys was perceived in her own time, or at least how the court at King's Landing wanted to perceive her. She was dangerous. She was unnatural. She was the kind of woman that men wrote warnings about. But Mushroom was not the only one writing, and he was not the only one who disagreed with everyone else. When the Maesters of the Citadel assembled the accounts of the Dance of the Dragons, they had three main sources to work from. Grand Maester Munkun, who wrote soberly and disapprovingly, in the dry language of a man who believed the world should make sense. Septon Eustace, who wrote piously and suspiciously, seeing the hand of sin in everything that defied his understanding. And Mushroom, who wrote exactly the way you would expect a court fool to write, with equal parts gossip, exaggeration, and occasional startling insight. Three men, three versions of events, and in most matters, they do not agree at all. But every so often, they align on something, and when they do, historians pay attention, because an agreement among those three is rare enough to be counted as evidence. Alys Rivers is one of those rare alignment points, though not in the way you might expect, because Munkun, Eustace and Mushroom disagree on Alys's profession, her morality and her powers. They cannot even agree on what she did at Harrenhal. Munkun places her in the kitchens and the servants' quarters, a serving wench with a talent for potions, a woman whose knowledge was practical rather than mystical. Eustace places her in the forest and the godswood, a woods witch who drew her craft from roots and herbs and things best left unspoken, a woman whose knowledge came from outside the walls of castle and sceptre-like. Mushroom places her in a chamber lit by candles and shadows, an enchantress who bent men to her will through blood and ritual, a woman whose knowledge was a weapon. Each of them sees a different woman. Each of them believes their version is the true one. The same disagreement runs through their judgments of her character. For Munkun, she is a low-born woman who overstepped her station, a suspicious figure but a human one, deserving of scrutiny but not of fear. For Eustace, she is a moral threat, a woman whose knowledge came from unholy places, a sinner walking openly in the light of day. For Mushroom, she is something worse than a sinner. She is a predator, a woman who consumed others to preserve herself, a woman whose beauty was borrowed from the dead. The morality they assign to her shifts with each telling, and so does the nature of her power. Munkun's Alys has skill with potions, but no more than that. Eustace's Alys has a connection to the old gods and the darker corners of the world. Mushroom's Alys has a hold over men so strong that even a prince of the realm could not break free of it. And yet, all three of them, despite everything they disagreed on, described her the same way in one particular detail. Their accounts nevertheless agree that she seemed too young for her supposed age. Munkun notes it with grudging suspicion, as if he found her youthful appearance unsettling, a wrinkle in what should have been an ordinary story. Eustace treats it as proof of her dark dealings, a visible sign that she had made bargains no god would bless. Mushroom, of course, turns it into the very centre of his tale, inventing those baths in virgin's blood to explain what he could not otherwise account for. They all saw the same thing, a woman who should have been old, a woman who had the years behind her, and yet she looked far younger than those years should have allowed. Now that detail is worth pausing on, because if only one source had mentioned it, we could dismiss it as exaggeration or invention, or the faulty memory of an old man. But three sources, three men who agreed on almost nothing else. They all independently recorded the same observation. That is the closest thing to a fact that we have about Alys Rivers. She was real, and she looked younger than she had any right to look. But here is where the mystery deepens, because none of these men could explain what they saw, and when they could not explain it, they reached for the language their world provided. Munkun reached for potions, because in his worldview, a woman like that must have been doing something with herbs and mixtures to achieve such an effect. Eustace reached for witchcraft, because in his worldview, a woman who defied the natural order must have been in league with something darker. Mushroom reached for blood, because in his worldview, and frankly in his entire habit of mind, anything strange was best explained by something gruesome. None of them simply accepted that she looked young. None of them said, she is an ordinary woman with an ordinary face that merely appears youthful. They all needed an explanation, and the explanations they offered tell us more about them than they will ever tell us about her. This is how legends are built, not from the woman herself, but from the witnesses who cannot believe their own eyes. The contradictions become the evidence. Alys was real, but the legend grew around her. Each account adds a layer, and each layer has less to do with the actual woman who walked the halls of Harrenhal and more to do with the fears of the men who wrote about her. Munkun feared a servant who knew too much. Eustace feared a woman who lived outside the authority of the faith. Mushroom feared a woman who had power over men, including the prince she shared a bed with, and so Alys became the shadow cast by their collective fear. The more they tried to explain her, the less we can see her clearly. The legend does not preserve her, it buries her, which brings us at last to the dark truth. A dark truth may be that history preserves fear more reliably than fact. We do not know what Alys Rivers actually was. We do not know if she brewed potions, or spoke prophecy, or simply possessed the unnerving calm of someone who had seen too much to be startled by anything. We do not know if her youthfulness was natural, or medicinal, or something that cannot be explained by the tools of maesters and septons. We only know that 3 men looked at her, could not agree on anything, and yet all felt compelled to record that she defied their expectations of age. Whatever she truly was, she is now forever filtered through their dread. The woman is gone, the fear remains. But before we leave her in the hands of those 3 historians, it is worth considering why she drew their attention at all. Because Alys Rivers was not a queen, she was not a princess, she was not the lady of a great house. She was a bastard of a broken family in a cursed castle. A castle that had known nothing but grief since the day it was raised from the ground by dragonfire and slave labour. And yet she became the companion of a prince, the mother of a would-be heir, and the subject of contradictory legends that outlived her. That is not a small thing. That is the mark of someone who mattered, whether or not the histories can agree on how. And the more we learn about the prince she attached herself to, the clearer it becomes that she was no passive observer in the great drama of the dance. She walked into Harrenhal when it was already a ruin of grief and rumour, and she left it as something far more complicated. It was there that she crossed paths with a man who would burn half the Riverlands for power, and it was there that her name became tangled with his, in ways that none of the 3 historians could fully untangle. Before we dive deeper into this incredible journey, I'm curious, where in the world are you watching this from? Drop a comment below and let our global community know. And if you're finding this as mind-blowing as I am, hit that like button to help more people discover this story. The 3 men who carried Alys Rivers into posterity agreed on almost nothing. Munkun, the Grand Maester, saw a serving woman with a curious interest in potions. Eustace, the Septon, saw a woods witch speaking to forces best left alone. Mushroom, the King's Fool, saw an Enchantress who bathed in the blood of young women to hold back the years. 3 portraits, each more alarming than the last, each drawn by a source with his own reasons to sharpen his quill. And yet beneath the rivalry of these accounts, there is a single point of agreement so quiet that it is easy to miss. All 3 of them looked at Alys Rivers and noticed the same thing. She was not the age she ought to have been. More importantly, she did not look the age she ought to have looked. That observation sits like a stone at the bottom of her story. Everything else about her floats above it, shifting with the current of whoever happens to be telling the tale. But the stone stays where it is. Stories describe Alys as youthful even when she should have been an older woman. Not merely pretty, not merely well preserved, youthful in the way that suggests time has somehow slipped around her leaving no trace on her face. And for the men who wrote her into history, that was a problem that demanded an explanation. Consider the world she lived in. Westeros in the years of the Dance of the Dragons was not kind to faces. The Riverlands especially became a landscape of embers and grief. Armies marched across the same fields, again and again, burning what the others had left standing. Villages emptied, women lost husbands, children lost parents. The air itself carried the smoke of repeated ruin. In such a world, age arrives early. The lines around the eyes deepen from watching. The skin roughens from wind and ash. People look older than their years because they have been asked to carry more than their years should have held. And at Harrenhal, the seat of Alys Rivers, that wearing down was even more pronounced. The castle itself was a monument to destruction, a blackened ruin that never quite stopped, being haunted by the fire that had melted its towers. Its walls wept damp. Its rooms stood cold and half-eaten by shadow. Even the strongest-hearted people who passed through Harrenhal seemed to age in its company. So when someone in that place did not age, when a woman who should have been well past her first youth kept a face that belonged to a younger life, it was not merely unusual, it was a visible contradiction. It broke the rules that everyone else agreed to follow. And here is where the rumours begin. Not with anything Alys actually did, not with a single act of magic witnessed by a reliable eye. The rumours begin with her appearance and work backward from there. Her appearance becomes the foundation for rumours of blood magic, potions, or unnatural preservation. Every one of the three chroniclers builds his explanation on the same starting point. She looked too young. Munkun, the practical-minded Maester, reached for potions. A woman who knew her herbs, who had spent years in the service of the Strongs and their households, might well know which roots could tighten the skin and which tonics could keep the colour in a cheek. For Munkun, this was not magic. It was just another kind of medicine, the sort of art that a serving woman might learn without anyone thinking much of it. And yet even Munkun let the suspicion creep into his pages. A woman who preserves her own face, he seems to write, is a woman who wants something. And a woman who wants something is a woman who cannot be fully trusted. Eustace saw the same face and reached for a different explanation. For the Septon, there was nothing natural about a face that sang against the passage of time. The world was fallen. The body was mortal. Any woman who appeared to escape that fate must be leaning on powers outside the grace of the gods. He called her a woods witch, which placed her among the old customs, the whispered practices in the deep places of the Riverlands, the knowledge that went back further than the faith of the Seven, and survived in the shadows of trees and springs. A woman with such a face, in Eustace telling, had surely traded something for it. He does not say precisely what. He does not need to. The face is the proof. The crime is already written on it. And then there is Mushroom, the king's fool, whose tales were never known for restraint, took the same observation and ran with it until it screamed. He said, she bathed in the blood of young women, not just once, but as a ritual, a gruesome habit carried out in the shadowed chambers of Harrenhal, preserving her youth by stealing it from others. The image is horrifying, which is precisely why it has endured. It is concrete. It is violent. It gives physical form to the unease that all the other chroniclers felt, and at its root, it is still built on nothing but a face. Mushroom never claimed to see the baths, never produced a single trembling survivor. He simply looked at a woman who had not aged the way he expected and invented a reason that matched the depth of his discomfort. It is telling that his explanation is the one that has latched onto Alys Rivers most firmly. It gives people something to grab onto. It transforms a mystery into a monster. But stand back for a moment and consider what all of these explanations share. None of them starts from something Alys did. They all start from how she looked. And beneath that, there lies a deeper assumption. Beauty is treated as suspicious when it survives hardship and war, when the world around you is crumbling, when grief has carved itself into every face you see. A woman who emerges from the chaos still carrying the bloom of youth becomes a quiet insult to the order of things. It is not just that she looks lucky, it is that she looks untouched. And being untouched is a form of separation. It suggests she has not bled with the rest. It suggests she has found a way to stand apart from the common suffering. In such times, the beautiful face is read as a withheld confession. It looks like a secret, and a secret in a world at war is always guilty until proven otherwise. The chroniclers who wrote about Alys never resolved the contradictions they left behind. One calls her a servant, another calls her a witch, another calls her a murderer. But the one thing they all agree on is that her face was not to be trusted, and that is where the real question hides. The question is never simply how old she was, but why other people needed her age to mean something sinister. A woman can be young, a woman can look young. Neither should overturn the world. Yet each of these men, in his own way, found her youth unbearable. They needed it to be false. They needed it to be wicked. They needed it to be purchased at a price the rest of them refused to pay. In order for their world to make sense, a face like hers had to be a lie. Because if it was not a lie, then time itself could be defied, and everything they believed about suffering, as the price of survival, would have to be re-examined. It was easier to call her a monster than to accept that some people move through the world unmarked by it, and that this is neither crime nor punishment, but simply the way of things. All of that, from a handful of gossip, a healer's station, and the fact that a woman in a haunted castle kept her youth longer than she should have. The rest of her legend hangs on that slender thread, and connected to that same thread, woven through the same tapestries of rumour, is the question of what she saw, because a woman who could not be explained by the passage of time was also who claimed to see through the passage of time itself. The chroniclers who hated her face were likewise troubled by her eyes, her visions, the way she looked into storm clouds or mountain pools or the flames of campfires and read what was coming. Whether that gift was real or invented, it carried the same uncomfortable weight as her face. It refused to follow the rules. It refused to bow to what the rest of the world knew as possible. And like her face, her visions made the men around her ask not what she saw, but what she had bartered to see it. The face that refused to age raised more questions than it answered. Because in Westeros, youth is not simply a matter of good fortune. When a woman appears younger than her years, the stories that grow around her tend to focus less on genetics and more on method. What did she drink? What did she burn? What did she bathe in? And those questions inevitably lead to a deeper one. What exactly did Alys Rivers know? The answer, as with so much about her, depends entirely on who you ask. But one thing is certain: Alys possessed knowledge. Real, practical, dangerous knowledge. The kind that could save a life or end one. The kind that made maesters valuable and made women like her feared. In Westeros, the same potion can be described as a remedy by one witness and a curse by another. A tincture that eases a fever in one telling becomes a poison that stills a heart in another. A tea that brings on a woman's courses becomes a brew that ends a pregnancy. The substance does not change, only the storyteller does. Alys served as a wet nurse at Harrenhal, which means she knew the intimate, practical arts of caring for the body. She knew herbs that could increase a mother's milk. She knew what to do when a child was colicky, when a wound turned bad, when a fever would not break. These are not magical skills. They are the accumulated wisdom of generations of women who learned by watching, by doing, by failing, and by succeeding. But in the world of Westeros, that kind of knowledge exists in a strange and dangerous space. When a maester mixes a potion, it is called medicine. When a woods witch mixes the same potion, it is called magic. When a lord's healer saves a life, she is praised. When a bastard woman with the same skills saves a life, she is suspected. The difference is not in the herbs or the method. It is in the name attached to the hands that prepared them. Alys's knowledge makes her capable of easing pain, ending pregnancies, or harming enemies. This is not speculation. It is simply the truth of what any skilled healer can do. The same plant that soothes an aching joint can, in the wrong dose, stop a heart. The same tea that helps a woman through childbirth can, in the right circumstances, prevent a conception she does not want. The line between healer and killer is not drawn in the ingredients. It is drawn in intention, and intention is impossible to prove. This is what made Alys so unsettling to the men who wrote about her. She was not a maester with chains and a raven's mask, whose knowledge was sanctioned by the citadel and therefore trustworthy. She was a woman at Harrenhal, a castle already steeped in death and rumour, who brewed things and tended to the sick, and seemed to know more than she should. And when the maester fled the castle, it was Alys who took his place, not because anyone appointed her, but because someone had to. The wounded needed tending, the sick needed care, and she was the one who knew how. But that same usefulness made her dangerous. Such abilities would make her valuable to rulers, and dangerous to anyone who feared losing control. A lord who needs a healer may keep her close, but a lord who fears poison may also keep her closer, to watch her, to control her, to make sure her knowledge is never turned against him. Alys existed in that tension. She was needed, she was feared, she was both at once. Consider what it meant for her to be at Harrenhal when Prince Aemond Targaryen arrived. Aemond was a warrior, a dragon rider, a man accustomed to solving problems with fire and steel. But even warriors get sick, even princes bleed. And when Aemond took control of Harrenhal, he found himself in a ruined castle with no maester, surrounded by wounded men and the lingering sickness of a place that had seen too much death. And there was Alys, the healer, the wet nurse, the woman who knew what to do. Did she use potions to influence him? Mushroom would have you believe so. In his telling, Alys was a seductress who brewed love potions and bathed in blood to keep her beauty and bind the prince to her will. Septon Eustace would have you believe she was a witch who used dark arts to ensnare a prince of the realm. Grand Maester Munkun, ever the pragmatist, simply notes that she was a serving woman with an interest in potions who became the prince's companion. 3 accounts, 3 different Alys rivers, and the truth, as always, is somewhere in the fog. The distinction between healer and witch depends on who is telling the story, and the story changes depending on what the storyteller wants you to believe. If you want to discredit Aemond's choices, you make Alys a witch who bewitched him. If you want to discredit Alys herself, you make her a scheming servant who used her knowledge to climb above her station. If you want to dismiss her entirely, you make her a serving wench with no real power at all. But no one, in any of the accounts, denies that she knew her craft. What is perhaps most telling is what the sources do not say. None of them accuse Alys of harming her patients. None of them claim she poisoned the wounded men she tended at Harrenhal. The accusations against her are about influence, about appearance, about the threat she posed to the order of things. She is accused of being too young, too beautiful, too knowing. She is accused of having power over the prince. But she is never accused of failing to heal. Even her enemies seem to acknowledge that her skills were real. That is the quiet truth beneath all the rumour. Alys Rivers was good at what she did. She knew herbs and remedies. She knew the body and its needs. She knew how to ease pain and how to bring life into the world. And she knew, perhaps better than anyone, that the same knowledge that made her useful could also make her a target. In a world where women's knowledge is often feared, where the line between medicine and magic is drawn by men in robes and chains, a woman who knows too much is always one step away from being called a witch. So what was she? A healer who was slandered by fearful men, a witch who genuinely wielded powers beyond the natural, or simply a woman who understood that in Westeros, survival sometimes means letting people believe what they want to believe. The answer may never be known, but the question itself reveals something about the world she lived in. A world where the same hands that soothe a fever can brew a poison, where the same woman who saves a life can be condemned for the knowledge that made it possible, and where the story told about you depends not on what you did, but on who was watching when you did it. Alys Rivers lived in that uncertain space, and as her story continues, the question of what she knew and how she used it would follow her through the chaos of the Dance of the Dragons. The potions she brewed at Harrenhal would become part of her legend, and the men who sought to control her, or to use her, or to destroy her, would all find themselves confronted by the same unsettling reality. She was not a simple woman. She was not a simple anything, and in a world that demands simplicity, that made her dangerous. The knowledge Alys carried was never the sort that could be bottled or measured. It lived in the spaces between things, in the way a remedy could ease a fever, or in another telling, end a life. But to understand what she truly was, we have to step away from the maesters and the septons and the courtiers, and look instead at the ground beneath their feet, because Alys Rivers did not belong to the world of parchment and ink. She belonged to Harrenhal, and Harrenhal belonged to something far older than the faith of the Seven. When the Andals came to Westeros with their steel and their new gods, they cut down the weirwoods and burned the faces from the trees. They built their septs with crystal and stone, and they told the people that the old spirits were nothing but shadows and lies. But the Riverlands were never fully converted, not in the way the Southron lords like to believe. The old ways survived in the deep woods, in the hollows where the roots of ancient trees still drank from dark water, and in places like Harrenhal, where the castle itself was built upon a foundation of blood and fire. Those old ways never truly left. Alys's reputation echoes the older magical traditions that survived beneath the faith of the Seven. She was not a Septon's daughter, nor a Maester's ward. She was a Rivers, born of the Riverlands, and the Riverlands remember what the Septons would rather forget. The children of the forest walked these lands long before the first men raised their forts. They carved their faces into the white bark of the weirwoods, and they whispered to the wind and the water. When the Andals came, they drove the children north and west, but they could not drive out the memory of them. That memory settled into the soil, into the stones, into the very air around places like Harrenhal. And Harrenhal itself is a place that seems to collect such things. The castle was raised by Harren the Black, a king who thought himself a god. He built his towers so tall that they scraped the clouds, and he filled them with iron and gold, and the spoils of 100 conquered lords. But the gods, old or new, do not look kindly on such pride. When Aegon the Conqueror came with his dragons, he melted Harren's towers with dragonfire so hot that the stone ran like water. Harren and all his sons burned inside their own walls, and the castle has never been free of that curse since. Harrenhal's isolation allows visions, omens, and ancient symbolism to flourish. Think about what that means. The castle is vast, far too large for any garrison to hold properly. Its halls are empty, its chambers cold, its corridors twisted and dark. The lords who inherit it rarely stay long, and those who do often meet terrible ends. It is a place of ruin and decay, where the past presses in from every side. In such a place, the line between what is real and what is imagined begins to blur. A flicker of candlelight becomes a ghost, a creak in the rafters becomes a warning, and a woman who knows how to read the signs becomes something more than she appears. Alys was that woman. She moved through Harrenhal like a shadow, always present, always watching, but never fully explained. The stories say she saw visions in storm clouds, in mountain pools at dusk, in the fire used to cook suppers. That is not the language of the Maesters, who prefer their truths written in ledgers and measured by the turning of the seasons. That is the language of the old gods, who speak in omens and portents, who send their messages through the rustle of leaves and the cry of birds. Alys listened to those voices, or at least she claimed to, and in a place like Harrenhal, where the veil between worlds is thin, her claims carried weight. Her connection to woods, pools, storms and fire gives her an almost elemental presence. She is never described as a woman who sits quietly in a tower, waiting for visitors. She is always outside, or at least at the edges of things. She walks the woods that surround the castle, where the trees grow thick and the sunlight barely reaches the ground. She kneels by pools of still water, watching her reflection and something else beneath it. She stands in the open during storms, letting the rain soak her hair and the wind whip her skirts. And she tends the fires, not just for warmth or cooking, but because fire is a thing that reveals and destroys in equal measure. Each of these elements is a doorway, a way of seeing beyond the ordinary, and Alys seems to know how to step through them. But here is the question that haunts every account of her life. Are the old powers answering her, or is she simply listening more carefully than others? The lore never confirms either possibility. Munkun would say she was a charlatan, a woman who used tricks and potions to deceive the gullible. Eustace would say she was a witch, in league with demons and the devil. Mushroom would say she was something far darker, a creature who bathed in blood to keep her youth. But none of them ever deny that she saw things. None of them ever say she was wrong about what she claimed to witness. They only disagree on the source of her power. Perhaps that is the point. In a world where the gods are distant and the Maesters demand proof, Alys represents something older and more uncertain. She is a reminder that not everything can be explained, that some truths are only visible to those who know how to look. The faith of the Seven teaches that the gods are separate from the world, that they watch from above and judge from afar. But the old gods are different. They are in the trees and the stones and the water. They are not distant. They are everywhere, and they do not judge. They simply are. And Alys, whether she was their servant or their student, understood that in a way the Septons never could. So when she stood at the edge of a pool and saw a vision of a prince dying, was she speaking for the old gods, or was she speaking for herself, using the language of the old gods to give her words weight? The accounts cannot say. They only tell us that she saw, and that what she saw came to pass. And in a world where the Maesters measure truth by what can be repeated and verified, that is perhaps the most unsettling truth of all, because it suggests that the old ways are not dead. They are merely waiting, buried beneath the foundations of Harrenhal, ready to whisper to anyone who will listen. And Alys was always listening. She listened to the wind in the trees, to the water in the pools, to the crackle of the fire. She listened to the silence of the empty halls, and to the echoes of the men who had died there. And in that silence, she found something that the Maesters and the Septons could never give her. She found a connection to a world that existed before the Seven, before the Andals, before the first men even raised their swords. She found the old gods waiting in the ruins, and whether they answered her or she merely answered herself, the effect was the same. She became something that could not be explained, and that made her more dangerous than any army. When Prince Aemond Targaryen rode into Harrenhal with his dragon and his ambition, he thought he was taking control of a strategic stronghold, but he was also walking into a place where the old gods still held sway, and where a woman who listened to them was waiting. Aemond was a warrior, a man of fire and blood. He believed in the power of the dragon, in the might of his house, in the certainty of his own will. But Harrenhal was not a place that respected such things. It was a place that broke them. And Alys, with her quiet voice and her unblinking eyes, was the one who would show him just how fragile his power truly was. There is a way of seeing that belongs to places like Harrenhal. The old gods of the Riverlands never fully left, even when the faith of the Seven spread across the realm, and the great seps were raised in the towns below, in the deep woods, beside the dark waters, in the shadow of towers built by a king who believed he could conquer curses and gods alike. The older way of reading the world survived. For Alys Rivers, that way of seeing was not something she performed. It was as natural as breathing. The stories that gather around her remain hazy, as stories about Alys always are. But one description survives in the lore, and it reveals more than almost anything else that is said about her. Alys is credited with finding visions in storm clouds, mountain pools, and cooking fires. Notice how ordinary those things are. The storm cloud is just weather passing over a ruined castle. The mountain pool is just water reflecting the sky at dusk. The cooking fire is just heat and light and smoke. There is no ritual, no incense, no sacred space set apart from daily life. Alys is not described as climbing to a high tower to prepare her mind for communion with the unseen. She saw what she saw because the world offered it to her freely, wherever she happened to be. Storm clouds are common over Harrenhal. The enormous fortress was already a ruin in her time, its towers blackened by dragonfire centuries before, its halls open to wind and rain. The weather moves through the broken stone like a living presence. Anyone standing on the battlements during a summer storm would see clouds churning into shapes that almost looked like something. Most people would look away. Alys looked longer. Mountain pools are quiet and ancient. At dusk, when the light fades from amber to violet, the surface of such a pool becomes a mirror of everything above it. The sky sinks into the water, and the boundary between above and below blurs. For someone inclined to see symbols, that reflection would be more than a reflection. It would double the world, and in that doubling, patterns might appear that could never be seen in the ordinary light of day. And then there are the cooking fires. This detail makes the whole portrait feel human, rather than mythic. Alys is not isolated from the people around her, locked away in some tower. She sits where the fire is lit to cook suppers. The same flame that warms the hall and roasts the meat is the flame that shows her what is coming. She does not need a special room or a special hour. She needs what everyone else needs. The difference is that she does not simply see the wood burning. She sees something beyond the flame. These images make prophecy feel intimate rather than theatrical. The visions are hidden inside ordinary surroundings, not announced with lightning and thunder. There is no stagecraft in a cooking fire, no costume, no audience gathered to witness a performance. That is what makes Alys so difficult to dismiss. A theatrical prophet is easy to mock because the performance itself invites skepticism. But a woman who reads the future in the same fire she uses to cook supper is not performing. She is simply living in a world that seems louder and more crowded with meaning than the world other people perceive. That intimacy is part of what unsettled the people around her. In the show's adaptation, Alys delivers a warning that is painfully direct. She tells Daemon Targaryen that he will die in this place. The sentence lands with the weight of certainty. And it has stayed with viewers precisely because it offers no room for comfort. But the older lore surrounding her visions is rarely that clear. In the pages of fire and blood, her prophecies are composed of images, of shapes and signs, whose meanings have to be unfolded before they can be understood. The accounts describe her as seeing what others do not see, but they do not always tell us what she said about it. We are left with the impression of a woman who knew things she had no business knowing, and who spoke of them in that could be felt before they could be explained. Her visions are difficult to test because they arrive as symbols instead of clear predictions. A prophecy that says a brother will return before the moon is full can be proven true or false within a matter of days. That kind of prediction is clean and fragile. It can break against a single delay, a change of plan, a road washed out by rain. The seer who makes such a claim is taking a real risk. Alys never seems to have taken that risk. Her warnings arrive wrapped in images, recognizable as signs but not as sentences. She speaks of danger without always naming the hand that will strike. She speaks of death without always naming the day. This does not make her weaker. It makes her impossible to corner. A prophecy that can only be understood afterward is both powerful and nearly impossible to disprove. If events do not match the words as people heard them, the fault lies with the interpretation. If events do match, the seer is vindicated. And because symbols are flexible enough to fit almost any sequence of events, the seer is almost never left with nothing. The prophecy can wait. It can stretch. It can mean one thing to one listener and something else to another. The words remain true in some reading, always hovering just beyond the reach of anyone who wants to call them false. That is the dark truth underneath her gift. Whether Alys Rivers actually saw the future may be beyond proving, but the structure of her visions makes it almost impossible to disprove her. She cannot be tested. She cannot be caught. The more carefully the histories try to separate what she truly said from what rumour attributed to her, the more clearly her prophecy slips through their fingers. Always meaningful, never verifiable. And that is the reputation that surrounded her when the great events of the dance began to close in on Harrenhal. The castle was already steeped in rumour and legend, a place of curses and half-remembered crimes. When the armies of the war moved through the riverlands, when the great houses chose sides and the conflict bled into every valley, Harrenhal sat at the centre of it all like a trap waiting to close. The woman who saw visions in storm clouds and supper fires was not a curiosity to the men who came there. She was something much harder to ignore. And when a prince of the blood rode into that ruined fortress, whatever he expected to find waiting for him within those blackened walls, woman watching from beside the fire, was part of what he found. There is a moment that comes after every vision, and it belongs to the listener. Alys Rivers might see shapes in a storm cloud, or in the fire she lit to cook supper, or in the still surface of a mountain pool at dusk. But the seeing is never the end of it. The seeing is only the beginning. The moment she opens her mouth and tells someone what she has seen, the vision leaves her hands and passes into theirs. And from that moment forward, the warning has a life of its own. It sits in the listener's mind. It changes how they sleep, how they walk through Harrenhal's ruined halls, how they interpret every shift in the wind. It changes the decisions they make. And that is the price of being believed. Consider the simplest case: a fire, a pool of water, and Alys says softly that she sees danger ahead for you. Maybe she truly sees it. The future is not a stone wall. It is a current, and she claims to read the direction of the current. If she is right, then her warning has already entered the world and become part of the circumstances. You have been told you are in danger. Now your fear is a factor in everything you do. You may move, run, hide, strike first, or simply wait in dread. Any one of those actions could be exactly what carries you toward the danger she predicted. A prophecy about the future is never just a description of the future. Once it is spoken, it becomes a force within that future. If Alys truly sees what is coming, every warning she gives creates a new danger for the person who hears it, because that person must now carry the knowledge of what might be, and that knowledge can be as heavy as iron. But what if she does not see anything? What if the visions are only shadows and old women's tales? The kind of half-formed images a tired mind finds in the flicker of flame. Then the danger is different, but no less real. A guess, spoken with enough certainty, can become a self-fulfilling thing. If Alys says she senses that a certain lord means you harm, and you trust her, you may treat that lord like an enemy from that day forward. You may refuse his offers of peace, shun his envoys, or strike him before he can strike you. And in doing so, you may create the very enemy she named. She did not need to see the future to shape it. She only needed to be believed. That is the strange machinery of prophecy. Whether it is true or false is almost beside the point. The words do their work regardless. And in the world of the dance, where lords and princes are already primed to suspect betrayal in every shadow, a woman at Harrenhal who speaks of omens is not a curiosity. She is a force. Prophecy, therefore, becomes a political weapon. Whether it is supernatural or not, the men who fight the dance do not fight over the truth of Alys Rivers. They fight over what her words might mean for them. If she is said to have foreseen a victory, that story strengthens the army that believes in it and shakes the resolve of the army that hears about it. If she is said to have foreseen a death, that death begins to feel inevitable, and inevitability is a scarce and precious resource in war. The Greens can point to her as evidence that the gods favour their cause. The Blacks can call her a fraud and a witch, and yet still find themselves watching her words for clues. Neither side can safely ignore her. A woman who might see the future is too dangerous to dismiss. And a woman who might not see the future is too dangerous to trust. And so she sits at the center of the storm, not because of what she knows, but because of what no one else can prove. Her authority grows from uncertainty, because no one can safely assume she is wrong. That is the foundation of her strange power. A woman with a proven gift could be studied, controlled, or used. A woman proven false could be mocked, punished, or discarded. But Alys is neither. She is a bastard of House Strong, a healer, a wet nurse, a woman who has lived in Harrenhal's shadow long enough to know every one of its stones, and she looks too young for her age, which only deepens the mystery. Munkun says she was a serving wench with an interest in potions. Eustace calls her a woods witch. Mushroom claims worse. But every one of them, even the ones who despise her, stops short of explaining her away. They cannot settle what she is, and because they cannot settle it, her words carry weight that no ordinary woman's words would ever carry. Think about what it meant to stand in her presence during those months at Harrenhal. The castle is a broken monument to conquest and ruin. Its towers are misshapen, its halls are drafty, its history is soaked in violence. The men garrisoned there are far from home, surrounded by enemies, and haunted by the knowledge that Harrenhal has destroyed every family that ever held it. In a place like that, a woman who speaks of storm clouds and visions in the fire is not just a curiosity. She is a window into the uncertainty everyone already feels. When she says a thing, the question is not whether she has proof. The question is whether anyone can afford to dismiss her, and that is a question with no safe answer. Aemond Targaryen kept her close. That is one of the few facts that survives the conflicting accounts. The one-eyed prince, the rider of Varga, the most feared man in the Riverlands, chose to keep Alys Rivers at his side. Why? The sources cannot agree. Some say he was besotted. Some say she used potions. Some say he simply found her useful. But whatever the explanation, his closeness to her changed everything. Because Aemond had real power, and everyone who feared him now had to wonder whether the healer's words lived inside his decisions. Did he act because he believed her visions? Did she craft her visions to turn him toward her own ends? No one could know, and no one could risk finding out the hard way. The warning she gives Daemon cuts to the heart of this. You will die in this place. 3 words. If she truly sees the future, then Daemon is now walking through Harrenhal, carrying his own death sentence in his mind. Every corner of the castle, every creaking staircase, every flickering torch becomes a possible setting for the end he has been promised. He cannot disprove her. He cannot simply forget the words. They are lodged in him now, and if she does not see the future, the words may still do their work. A man told he will die in a place begins to perceive that place differently. He grows wary, suspicious, perhaps reckless in his attempts to prove the prophecy wrong. He makes choices he would not otherwise make, and those choices, whether they lead him to his death or away from it, are now the direct result of what Alys said. She did not need magic to reach into his future. She only needed the moment of shared silence after her words fell. That is the deeper cruelty of being believed. It transforms the believer. It gives them a responsibility they never asked for. A prophecy is not neutral information, like a report of weather. It is a command disguised as an observation. It tells you that something is going to happen, and every heartbeat afterward, you are living in relation to that something. You become a character in a story someone else has narrated, and the more you struggle against the story, the more your struggle becomes part of it. Alys understood this, whether by wisdom or by instinct. We cannot know what was truly in her mind, but we can see the shape of her actions across the fragments of history. She survived. That is remarkable in itself. The Dance of the Dragons is a fire that consumes nearly everyone it touches. Aemond Targaryen dies in the fury of that war, killed by his own uncle above the God's Eye, in a duel that leaves Vargar and Caraxes locked in each other's throats. The Strongs are destroyed. Harrenhal changes hands repeatedly, each new garrison less fortunate than the last, and yet Alys Rivers endures. She does not fade when Aemond falls. She does not scatter like the frightened servants who flee the castle. Instead, she does something astonishing for a woman in her position. She steps forward and makes a claim. She claims that her son by Aemond is the true heir. She claims that the child, born after his father's death, has a right to what Aemond never secured. Whether the child existed and whether the claim held any legal weight are questions the sources cannot settle. But the audacity of it is the important thing. A woman whose power had always rested on whispers and warnings now translates that authority into a demand. No one can prove she is lying. No one can prove the child is not Aemond's. And no one can prove that she did not foresee all of this long before. The uncertainty that protected her in the castle now protects her in the wider world. She has no army. She has no title. She has only the weight of her own words and the silence of everyone who cannot contradict her. And for a time, that is enough. That is what belief does when it finds a voice. It does not need to be true. It only needs to be impossible to safely ignore. And Alys Rivers made herself impossible to safely ignore. A woman in a ruined castle, a bastard with a potion-stained apron, and a reputation for seeing too much. She could have been dismissed as nothing. Instead, she became one of the last mysteries of the dance. A figure who outlives the dragons and the kings who warred with them. Because no one ever managed to close the book on her. The lords and maesters who wrote her into their histories did not know what to make of her. They still do not. And that is precisely the point. Her authority was built on the foundation of unresolved doubt, and that foundation held long after the armies went home. In the end, the price of being believed is paid by everyone in the room. The one who speaks pays it in isolation. Because every warning she utters makes her more feared, more isolated, more dependent on the very uncertainty that keeps her safe. The one who listens pays it in sleepless nights, in second-guessed decisions, in the slow erosion of certainty that comes from carrying an unverifiable truth. And the world around them pays it in the actions that follow. A woman says, "You will die in this place," and a prince walks differently through his own castle. A rumour says she has foreseen a victory, and an army fights differently, because it believes the outcome is already decided. Whether Alys Rivers was a true seer or a clever woman reading the room is a question the histories cannot answer, but the consequences of her words are woven into the fabric of the war itself. And that is the dark truth at the heart of her story. She may not have seen the future, but she helped shape it. And in a world where perception is power, that may have been enough. There is a strange power in speaking a future into existence. Alys Rivers may have seen glimpses of what was to come, or she may simply have known that the man who took Harrenhal was stepping into a story that had claimed every occupant before him. Either way, when Prince Daemon Targaryen arrived at the castle in the early days of the Dance of the Dragons, the ruin already understood him better than he understood it. Daemon came to Harrenhal wearing the cause of a queen. The civil war had split the realm in two. King Aegon II sat in King's Landing, and Queen Rhaenyra was fighting for the throne to which she had been named heir. Daemon, as her husband and her sword, carried the war into the Riverlands. He needed a foothold, and Harrenhal was the fist in the middle of the map. Whoever held it commanded the roads, the rivers, the loyalties of the river lords. Whoever held it pointed a blade at the heart of the continent. So Daemon rode in with a modest host, expecting the tactical problems of any captured fortress. He found something else entirely. Harrenhal had been a wound since before the Targaryens ever set foot in Westeros. It was raised by Harren the Black, a king who believed he could make himself immortal through stone. He built his towers higher than any in the realm, mocked the gods of the Riverlands, and paid for his arrogance when Aegon the Conqueror followed him into the castle and burned him alive inside his own walls. The stone of Harrenhal still remembered that fire. It was black, fused by dragon flame, twisted in ways that made the castle look like it was trying to wriggle out of the earth. The Great Hall was enormous beyond any practical need. The kitchens could feed an army. The towers rose so high they seemed to sway in the wind, and the tallest of them, the one the small folk called the Tower of Dread, leaned against the sky like a warning, and the castle had never once been a home to anyone who claimed it. That was the deeper truth of Harrenhal. House after house had taken it, and house after house had been torn apart within it. The curse was recited so often it had become a fact of life. Harrenhal devours its lords. Men who knew the histories well had always been careful about the place. Daemon knew the histories. He understood he was walking into a story with a very long memory. The absence he felt was not merely the absence of an army. There were no strongs in residence. The house that had held Harrenhal for generations had been extinguished in a single night years before the war began. Lord Lionel Strong, who had served as Master of Laws in King's Landing, and his son Harwin, the one they called Breakbones, had died in a fire within these very walls. Their deaths were one of those accidents that smelled of purpose. The family that had turned the castle into a seat of power was reduced to one man, Larys Strong, the clubfoot, who walked the halls of the Red Keep on the green side of the war. There was no Master of Harrenhal to greet the prince. There was no Maester, in fact. The Maester had fled the moment the war started, leaving the castle to its ghosts. The few servants who remained had the hollow look of people who had stayed too long in a place that did not want them. They kept to the shadows. They spoke in whispers, and when they looked at the new prince, their eyes carried the knowledge that he was just another stone to be swallowed. But not all of them looked at Daemon that way. One person moved through the ruined castle as if it had been made for her comfort. She was known by a handful of names, depending on who was telling the story, but the one that stuck was Alys Rivers. The name marked her as a bastard born in the Riverlands, a child without a father's name. The more specific tellings called her the daughter of Lionel Strong, which would make her the half-sister of the dead Harwin and the living Larys. Other tellings said she was something older, something less certain. Whatever her bloodline, her place in Harrenhal was not in question. She had been a wet nurse. She had been a healer. When the Maester abandoned his post, Alys took over his work without asking anyone's leave. The way she stood beneath the Tower of Dread suggested she had never needed anyone's leave for anything. Daemon would have noticed her. He was a man with an eye for the strange, the beautiful, the dangerous, and Alys possessed a particular grace. She was not young in the way people measured youth. Some accounts insisted she had already been old when the Strongs still ruled the castle, but her face did not carry the weight of her years. That single discrepancy is the stone around which the whole legend of Alys Rivers turns. Depending on who was writing, it was proof that she practiced magic, or proof that she knew cosmetics, or simply proof that she had weathered her life better than most. The sources could not agree on whether she was 30 or 60. They could not agree on whether her youthfulness was a miracle, a trick, or a lie. But it was not her face that turned the prince's attention. It was her words. The chroniclers disagree on nearly everything about Alys, but they align on one moment. She approached Daemon Targaryen in the halls of Harrenhal in the first days of his occupation, and she gave him a warning that the castle itself might have spoken. If the castle had a voice, she told him he would die there. There are different ways to receive that kind of sentence. A man of Daemon's experience could have laughed it off. He could have had her dismissed. He could even have had her punished for insolence. But there is something about a prophecy delivered quietly, at dusk, in a hall grown too vast for the light, that resists quick dismissal. A threat tells you what someone intends to do. A prophecy tells you what will happen, no matter what you do. The person who speaks it may be a fool, a fraud, or a seer, but the words do not stop working just because you doubt their source. They stay in the back of the mind. They attach themselves to ordinary moments. The creak of a door, the shadow of a raven, the long empty corridor at night. Daemon found himself watching the walls of Harrenhal differently after that. The castle that had been a military prize became a prophetic trap. Every gate he passed beneath, He could imagine rusting shut behind him. Every tower he climbed, he could feel as a floor he might never walk back down. The war raged leagues away, across rivers and through villages, and he was the rogue prince, a man who had ridden dragons and conquered cities. But Harrenhal had been built to swallow conquerors, and the woman who lived there had just told him where his story ended. He stayed. He did what he came to do, raising the river lords to Rhaenyra's banner, cutting the green forces off from the west, holding the black castle like a blade against the dark. Traitors were executed, towers were garrisoned. The war moved according to his will for a time, but the dark was patient, the ruins waited, and Alys Rivers waited with them, at home, in the decay, one of the only living things in Harrenhal that seemed to belong among the black stones and the crooked towers. If she felt fear of the prince, she never showed it. If she felt anything at all, history does not record it. She was the one person in the castle who was not on edge. She walked the long hallways as though they were corridors in her own home, because they were. Whatever she truly was, wet nurse, healer, woods witch enchantress, she was the castle's occupant, the prince, the soldiers, the lords who came to swear their swords to Rhaenyra. They were all guests in her domain. Guests come and go. Alys remained, and the prophecy remained with Daemon. He did not die in Harrenhal quickly, nor did he die there by a quiet hand. The war would carry him away from those black towers, eventually toward other battles and other choices. But the words Alys spoke had already done their work. They had turned a castle into a grave in his mind. Whatever confidence he had carried into that ruin was left there, buried under the dust of 100 abandoned rooms. Harrenhal kept its secrets in its way. It recorded nothing. It whispered nothing of what passed between the prince and the healer in the long nights of that occupation. The stories that survive are fragments, uneven and contradictory. At the moment when a woman of uncertain blood told a prince of the blood that he would die in her halls, that moment remains one of the few clear stones in the fog of her legend. She was a figure of every contradiction, loyal to the castle, loyal to no banner, a healer whose knowledge of herbs looked like magic, a seer whose visions looked like guesswork, a bastard of the Strongs who watched her family's home fall into ruin and made her peace with it, and the ruin in turn seemed to keep her safe. The dance of the dragons rolled over the riverlands like a storm that refused to pass. Armies came and went through the black gates. Princes came and went, and Harrenhal held them all, patient and hungry, its crooked towers rising from a history of fire. When the war finally carried Daemon away from that place, the castle did not mourn him. It simply kept standing, with its twisted stone and its cold halls, patient as the woman who waited in its shadow. The war was not finished with Harrenhal, and Harrenhal was not finished with the war. The next banner to hang from those broken walls would rise soon enough, and Alys Rivers, patient as the ashes, would be there to greet it. When Prince Daemon Targaryen rode into Harrenhal, he came as a man who had seen war take many shapes. He had fought in the Stepstones, survived exile, watched his brother's court twist around him, and returned to Westeros when the realm needed him most. The dance of the dragons had begun, and every castle in the Riverlands mattered. Harrenhal, despite its curse, despite its ruin, despite the way it seemed to swallow every army that garrisoned it, was still the largest stronghold in all of the Riverlands. Daemon needed it, so he took it. But a castle is not just stone, it is the people who live inside it. And Harrenhal's people were not like the people of King's Landing, or the Vale, or even the other castles of the Riverlands. They had been shaped by generations of death. Every lord who claimed Harrenhal seemed to fall. Every family that took possession seemed to wither. The servants had watched it happen over and over. They had buried masters, gathered their belongings, survived the purges that followed each change of hands. By the time Daemon arrived, the castle staff was small, watchful, and given to silences that stretched too long. The Maester had fled. That was one of the first things the prince learned. A castle without a Maester is a castle cut adrift from the rest of the realm. No ravens, no letters, no learned counsel. The sick and the wounded had to be tended by someone else. And in Harrenhal, that someone else was a woman named Alys Rivers. She was a bastard of House Strong, at least, according to the most common telling, and that alone placed her in an unusual position. House Strong had ruled Harrenhal before the war. Lionel Strong had been the hand of the king. Arwen Strong had been called Breakbones. Larys Strong had been a different kind of creature entirely. Alys carried their name, or at least the name of the river that marked her as one of them in the bastard tradition of the Riverlands. But she did not carry their fortune. She was a wet nurse, a healer, a woman who stayed when others fled, and she was not content to fade into the background. Alys's statement to Daemon is simple, direct, and terrifyingly open to interpretation. She looked at a prince of the Targaryen dynasty, a dragon rider, a man whose very presence usually silenced rooms, and she told him he would die in this place. 6 words, no hesitation, no bow, no careful courtly phrasing that might soften the blow. You will die in this place. Now, the way you hear those words depends entirely on which source you trust, because the historians of the Dance of the Dragons could not agree on anything about Alys Rivers. Grand Maester Munkun wrote her off as a serving wench with a taste for potions. To him, her words would have been a threat, plain and simple. A woman who knows herbs knows how to slip something into a cup, how to slow a wound, how to make a strong man weak. If she was telling Daemon he would die, she may well have been telling him that she intended to help him along. Septon Eustace saw her differently. He called her a woods witch, a woman connected to the old gods and the older magic of the Riverlands. To him, her words were a true vision, the kind of prophecy that comes to women who watch the clouds and the pools and the flames, who see patterns in things that ordinary people only glance at. Eustace did not believe Alys was choosing to threaten Daemon. He believed she was simply telling him what she had seen. And Mushroom, the court fool, offered a third version. Of course he did. Mushroom claimed Alys was an enchantress, a woman who preserved her youth by bathing in the blood of virgins, a creature of dark beauty and darker practices. In his telling, her words were a kind of magic on their own, not a prediction, not a threat, but a spell cast in plain language, a seed planted in Daemon's mind that would grow in the dark of the castle regardless of whether he believed it. It can be heard as a threat, a vision, a psychological test, or a statement about Harrenhal's history. That last reading deserves its own weight, because Harrenhal's history is written in death. Harren the Black built his towers with the labour of thousands and the blood of more, only to burn alive inside them when Aegon the Conqueror came with Balerion. The castle passed from house to house, and every house found ruin in it. The Strongs themselves fell into disgrace and extinction within a generation. Alys had grown up inside those walls. She had seen what they did to people. If she told Daemon he would die in this place, she may simply have been telling him the truth as she understood it, the way a groundskeeper might tell a visitor about a well that has never run dry. Not magic, just pattern. Everyone who stays here dies here. Why would a Targaryen prince be any different? And there is something else hidden inside those words, something that would have been obvious to any witness standing in that room. The sheer audacity required to say them. The prediction places her above ordinary servants in the eyes of anyone who hears it. Servants do not speak to princes like that. Wet nurses do not look a dragon rider in the eye and describe his death. Healers do not stand in the shadow of the king's own brother and offer a verdict as though they have already read the final page of the story. Alys did all of those things, whether she was guided by true sight or by a clever understanding of power, or simply by a lifetime of watching men come and go and die. She made herself impossible to ignore in that single moment. From that night forward, she was not just the woman who tended the sick and the wounded. She was the woman who had told the prince he would die. And consider the psychological test hidden in the phrasing. What does a man like Daemon Targaryen do when a stranger tells him he will die? If he shows fear, he confirms her power. If he makes threats, he admits the words wounded him. If he laughs and walks away, he carries the question with him anyway. There was no response that left him untouched. Alys may have been probing him, measuring what kind of man held Harrenhal now. Or she may simply have enjoyed watching a prince realize that his titles meant nothing in a place like this. Either way, the test worked. Daemon could not leave, because leaving would mean she had scared him off, and he could not stay without hearing her voice again every time the castle grew quiet. Even if Daemon dismisses her, the words remain attached to every future visit to the castle, and he would have dismissed her, at least at first. Daemon Targaryen was not a man who trembled at the words of servants. He had been to war. He had watched his first wife waste away. He had spent years fighting in the Stepstones, and he had come back. If a mysterious woman told him he would die at Harrenhal, his pride would not allow him to flee, and his courage would not allow him to show fear. But the words do not leave. That is what makes them so dangerous. A threat can be answered. A vision can be tested. A spell can perhaps be broken. But a sentence spoken in a quiet room has a way of attaching itself to the place where it was said. Every corridor Daemon walked afterward was a corridor she had stood in. Every shadow that moved in the corner of his eye carried the possibility that it would be the last thing he saw. He could tell himself he did not believe her. He could tell himself she was just a woman with too much imagination and too few responsibilities. But he could not stop remembering the way she said it, calm, certain, as though she had already watched it happen. The castle itself did the rest. Harrenhal was never quiet. It was too old, too vast, too scarred by fire and grief to ever feel like a safe place to sleep. The wind moved through its halls like something breathing. The walls held the heat of the old dragonfire in strange places, and in us they were cold, in a way that had nothing to do with the season. A man who spends enough nights in Harrenhal starts to believe in the curse. Daemon would have been no different. He may have entered the castle as a conqueror, but the castle had a way of turning conquerors into prisoners. The gates were open, the walls were high, and somewhere inside, a woman who had already told him how his story would end was still walking the same halls. In the end, that is the dark secret at the heart of Alys Rivers, and it is not whether her magic was real. It is that her words did not need to be true to work. She spoke them with certainty, and certainty is a kind of magic all its own. Harrenhal had killed every master it had ever known. It had swallowed armies, broken houses, and turned strong men into cautionary tales. When Alys told Daemon he would die in this place, she was not promising anything new, any more than a man standing at the edge of a cliff needs a prophet to tell him he might fall. She was just the one who said it out loud, and that is why, in the nights that followed, when the prince lay awake in rooms too large for a single man, when he heard the wind moving through the stones, when he saw figures in the corners of his vision that vanished when he turned his head, her words were there, waiting, not as a prophecy he believed, but as a question he could not answer. She had told him he would die here, and the castle seemed to agree with her. Every strange dream, every half-seen shape, every cold draught in a warm room became another piece of the same message. You will die in this place. And as the days passed, the lines between what Alys had said and what the castle itself seemed to whisper began to blur until Daemon could no longer tell where her voice ended and the stones began. The words Alys Rivers spoke to Daemon Targaryen were not the kind of warning that fades with daylight. You will die in this place. However she came to know it, whatever she saw or sensed or guessed, the prophecy stayed with the castle long after Daemon took his leave. Harrenhal had a way of holding onto sentences like that. The stones remembered everything. The kings who built it, the dragonfire that melted it, the people who passed through it and never quite left. Words spoken within those walls seemed to sink into the stonework and linger there, and the dance of the dragons was not finished with Harrenhal yet. When Prince Aemond Targaryen came to the great ruined fortress, he came as a conqueror, The war had reached the Riverlands by then, and Aemond was its most feared instrument. He rode Vargar, the oldest and largest dragon alive, a beast that had known the doom of Valyria, that had carried Visenya through the conquest of Westeros itself. Where Aemond went, Vargar went, and where Vargar went, villages burned, and armies scattered like dry leaves before a fire. Harrenhal was a prize worth taking, a sprawling fortress at the heart of the Riverlands, a symbol of control over the entire region, a place so vast that a host of thousands could shelter within its walls. Aemond took it, and with that single act, the violence of the dance entered Alys's world directly. For so long, Harrenhal had been a place of whispers. Cursed, people said, haunted. The halls were full of shadows and half-finished stories. Rumours of the Black Harren, who built it, and the dragon fire that ended him. But the war was not a shadow. The war was real. It had names and faces. It had dragon fire, and burning towns, and starving children and desperate mothers. And now it had taken up residence inside the castle walls. The Maester left. He was not the only one. Many of the residents who had lingered in Harrenhal's decaying halls gathered what they could carry and slipped away. When Aemond's banners appeared on the horizon, servants, small folk, the old and the fearful, they knew what it meant when a prince with a dragon chose your roof for his war camp. They knew that the castle would become a target, that sieges and battles and burnings would follow, that every army marching through the Riverlands would look at those towers and see a threat. So they fled. They scattered into the countryside, hoping the storm would pass them by. But Alys remained. There is something worth pausing over in that choice. The Maester was a man of learning, a man who could find shelter in any holdfast in Westeros, because his order was respected everywhere. He left, and Alys, who had no such protection, who was a bastard of uncertain parentage, a wet nurse, a healer, a woman whose reputation shifted depending on who told her story. She stayed. Maybe she had nowhere else to go. Maybe she understood something about Harrenhal that the others did not. Maybe she believed the castle was her place, her duty, her fate. The sources do not agree on why she stayed. They only agree that she did, and her staying changed everything. Because Aemond Targaryen did not simply occupy Harrenhal as a military outpost. He lived there. He slept there. He ruled the Riverlands from its broken towers, sending riders and ravens across the countryside, leading Vargar out on burning campaigns, and returning to the castle when the sky grew dark. The castle became his seat, his sanctuary, his stronghold, and in that castle he encountered Alys. His arrival gave her access to the most dangerous man in the castle. More than that, the most dangerous man in the realm. Aemond was a prince of the blood, the rider of the largest dragon in the world, a warrior who had already proven he would burn anyone who crossed him. He had lost an eye as a child, and the loss had shaped him into something sharp and unforgiving. He was feared in a way that few men in Westeros had ever been feared. And yet, in the accounts that survive, he did not treat Alys as a threat. He did not push her away. He did not send her out into the night with the other refugees. He kept her close. How that happened is a matter of fierce disagreement among the sources. Grand Maester Munkun, writing with the caution of a man who wanted the record to seem sensible, described Alys as a serving wench who had some knowledge of potions. He implied that whatever hold she had over the prince was base and physical, nothing more than the common weakness of a soldier far from home. Septon Eustace, who saw the world through the lens of the faith, called her a woods witch. He suggested she had used sorcery to ensnare Aemond, that dark magic and forbidden arts had clouded his judgment, and Mushroom the court fool told a far more lurid tale. He claimed Alys was an enchantress who preserved her youth by bathing in the blood of virgins, and that she had woven a spell over Aemond so powerful he could not think of anything else. 3 witnesses, 3 different stories. The only thing they share is the central fact that Alys Rivers and Prince Aemond Targaryen became lovers. The truth of that relationship is probably less strange and more human than any of them would admit. Aemond was young. He was at war. He was surrounded by men who obeyed him out of fear and rivals who wanted him dead. Harrenhal was a grim place, full of cold draughts and older memories. And Alys was there. She was intelligent. She was calm. She spoke to him without trembling. She may have healed his wounds after a long ride. She may have simply listened when he needed someone to talk to. The Maester's version strips the dignity from it. The Septon's version makes it monstrous. Mushroom's version makes it grotesque. But underneath all of their spin, there is a simpler shape. A dangerous prince, alone in a haunted castle, and a woman who was not afraid of him. Whatever the nature of their bond, it changed her place in the world. Before Aemond took Harrenhal, Alys was local legend. She was the woman at the ruined castle, the healer, the wet nurse, the odd one who saw things in fires and pools and storm clouds. People in the Riverlands may have whispered about her, but the great lords of Westeros had never heard her name. She was a footnote in the history of a cursed castle, if she appeared in the histories at all. After Aemond, she was something else entirely. The relationship that follows changes her from local mystery into a figure in the royal conflict. The chroniclers had to write about her now. They could not ignore her. A woman who shared the bed of a prince, who stood beside him in the halls of Harrenhal, who may have whispered counsel in his ear. She became part of the story of the dance itself. Munkun had to explain her. Eustace had to condemn her. Mushroom had to exaggerate her. All of them, in their own way, had to admit that she mattered. And in a war where loyalty was the only thing that kept a person alive, Alys belonged to the prince. That made her an enemy of the prince's enemies. It made her a target. It made her powerful in a way that she had never been powerful before. But it also made her vulnerable in a way she had never been vulnerable before. The same violence that had come to Harrenhal when Aemond seized it now surrounded her personally. She was no longer a woman who watched war from the shadows of the ruins. She was inside it. The stories of their time together vary wildly. Some say Alys used her knowledge of potions to keep Aemond devoted. Some say she truly loved him. Some say she only used him for survival, reading his fate the same way she read the fire and the water. The truth, as with so much about her, is buried beneath the layers of rumour and history and deliberate forgetting, but the fact remains. When the war came to Harrenhal, most people fled. The Maester left. The servants scattered. The small folk disappeared into the Riverlands. And Alys Rivers stayed. She stayed, and she found her way into the heart of the storm. She was not the storm itself. Not yet, but she was standing in the centre of it, watching the future form in the smoke, and waiting to see which of her visions would come true. When Aemond Targaryen took Harrenhal, he brought the war with him. The castle had changed hands repeatedly since the dance began, each new lord arriving with banners and departing in chains or in ash. Aemond came differently. He came with Vargar, the oldest and largest dragon alive, a beast whose shadow could swallow an entire courtyard. He came with orders from his brother the king, and with the kind of reputation that preceded him. Through every village gate and every castle door, the small folk called him the One-Eyed Prince, and they spoke the name the way other men spoke of storms and famines. But within the walls of Harrenhal was someone who did not flinch at his approach. Alys Rivers had remained. She had seen lords come and go. She had watched the Maester flee when the fighting grew too close. She had stayed behind to tend the wounded, to brew her remedies, to read the signs she insisted were written in the fire and the water and the clouds. And when the prince rode into her ruined home, she was still there. What passed between them in those first days is not recorded in any reliable source. The chroniclers were not in the room. They were outside, or they were far away, or they were dead. What they wrote afterward is a mixture of guesswork and fear and spite, each account shaped by what the writer already believed about Alys before she ever met the prince. Grand Maester Munkun, writing in the measured language of the citadel, describes her as a serving woman with a dangerous interest in potions. He suggests, without quite saying it, that she used those potions to ensnare Aemond, to cloud his judgment, to bend his will to hers. Septon Eustace is less careful. He calls her a woods witch, plain and simple, and he treats her influence over the prince as a species of demonic possession, and Mushroom, who was never bound by caution or charity, claims she was an enchantress who bathed in the blood of virgins to preserve her youth. In his telling, Aemond was merely the latest in a long line of men who had fallen under her spell and paid for it. The disagreement is total. Even her age is disputed. Some say she was young enough to be Aemond's equal in years. Others describe her as a woman who had already lived several lifetimes, a grandmother who somehow wore the face of a maiden. The chroniclers all noted that she looked unusually young for a woman of her supposed years. But they could not agree on whether that was a gift of nature, an effect of her medicines, or proof of dark magic. That uncertainty is the first thing we must accept when we try to understand Alys Rivers. She was a bastard of House Strong, likely a daughter of Lord Lionel Strong, which would make her the half-sister of Harwin Strong and Larys Strong. But even that genealogy is not settled. The Maesters of the Citadel accepted it because it was the simplest explanation. The small folk of the Riverlands did not much care about her parentage. They cared about her hands, which had set bones and closed wounds and delivered children, and about her eyes, which they believed could see what was coming. She was a woman who existed in two worlds at once. In the world of parchment and seal wax, she was a nobody, a bastard of uncertain origin. In the world of the castle and its people, she was the one person who stayed when everyone else ran. When Aemond took Harrenhal, he must have noticed her immediately. That is speculation, of course. We cannot know what the prince saw when he first looked at Alys Rivers, but the sources agree that by the time he had established his hold on the castle, she was his paramour. She was his bedmate, his companion, the woman who stood closest to him in the hours when he was not on Dragonback and not on campaign. And that simple fact that a prince of the blood, the rider of a Vargar, the most feared man in the Riverlands, would choose a woman with no title and no lands, forced the chroniclers to reach for their darkest suspicions. Munkun writes of the relationship with a scholar's distaste, using the word paramour as if it left a bitter taste in his mouth. He does not say that Aemond loved Alys Rivers. He says that Aemond took her to bed, and that she used potions to keep him there. Septon Eustace cannot imagine any natural explanation for a prince of Aemond's ferocity being drawn to a woman of Alys's low status, so he calls her a witch and leaves it at that. Mushroom, as always, goes further, describing a woman who drained the prince's strength with her enchantments, who fed on him the way Vargar fed on sheep and men, but none of them ever claimed that she was his equal, and that is part of the fascination. Their relationship joined the power of the Iron Throne, the power that Aemond carried in his name and his dragon and his sword, to a woman whose authority rested entirely on rumour and personal knowledge. She had no army, she had no treasury, she had no legitimacy in the eyes of the court. What she had was her history at Harrenhal, her reputation as a seer, her knowledge of the castle and its secrets, and whatever hold she had on the prince himself. And that made her dangerous in a way that a queen or a princess could never be. A noblewoman's influence could be traced, predicted, countered. Alys Rivers existed outside those rules. No one knew what she wanted, because no one could even agree on who she was. The only thing the chroniclers could say with certainty was that she was close to Aemond, and that he listened to her. Now consider what that means in light of Aemond's reputation. This was a prince who had lost an eye as a child and had never allowed the world to forget it. He was ruthless, disciplined, and capable of horrors that the histories still struggle to describe. When he flew to war, the ground burned. When he faced his enemies, he did so with a calm that frightened men more than rage ever could. He was not the kind of man who took advice easily. He was not the kind of man who was led. And yet the chroniclers want us to believe that this woman walked into Harrenhal and bent him to her will. That is a remarkable claim, It is also a claim that tells us more about the chroniclers than it does about Alys, because the alternative, that Aemond chose her freely, that he was capable of attachment, that even a man who had burned his way across the Riverlands would feel something for another person, was too uncomfortable for them to accept. It would have made the prince human. It would have made him vulnerable in a way that his enemies could exploit. It would have meant that the terror of the Dance of the Dragons was not a monster after all, but a man, with all the ordinary complications that come with being a man. So they chose the explanation that kept the world tidy. Alys was an enchantress. Alys was a witch. Alys used potions. Alys had stolen the prince's will. What may have begun, in truth, as something as ordinary and complicated as intimacy, two people isolated in a haunted castle, finding companionship in the middle of a war, was later remembered as enchantment, manipulation, or possession. The chroniclers erased the human possibility and replaced it with sorcery. That does not mean Alys was innocent of everything. The records are too fractured to know, but it does mean that we should be suspicious of any account that treats her as a simple villain or a simple monster. The woman who told Daemon Targaryen that he would die in this place was not merely performing a prophecy. She was speaking to a man who had come to claim the castle she had made her home. She was speaking with the weight of her own survival behind her. And then Daemon rode out, and Aemond rode in, and she survived him too. What the chroniclers could not explain was how a woman with no power in the ordinary sense kept surviving. She had seen the castle change hands so many times. She had watched the great houses of the Riverlands send their sons to Harrenhal, and she had watched those sons leave in shrouds or not at all. She had spoken words that sounded like prophecy, and whether those words came from true visions or from cold observation, they had a way of coming true. And now she stood beside a prince who could burn cities, and she did not seem afraid of him. That is the image that survives. Aemond the One-Eye, fierce and terrible, and beside him a woman whose face holds no fear. The accounts were written by men who wanted to explain her away, to reduce her to potions and witchcraft and possession. But the image refuses to reduce. The woman remains there, standing in the ruins of Harrenhal, close enough to the prince to touch him. And the chroniclers, for all their words, never managed to explain her away. In the months that followed, the world watched that relationship with growing unease. Aemond's campaign in the Riverlands grew more brutal, and the court at King's Landing could not help but wonder whether the woman beside him was the cause. They called her a witch, and they meant it as an accusation. But Alys Rivers never needed to be a witch to be dangerous. She needed only to be present, to be trusted, to be the one person who could speak to the prince without trembling. And from the outside, that was enough to seem like magic. Then the war called Aemond away. He mounted Vargar and flew south into the battle that would define the rest of his legend. And Alys remained at Harrenhal. In the chaos that followed, when the true extent of the prince's death became known, the castle filled once more with men who wanted to claim it. They came looking for traitors, for remnants of Aemond's cause, for anyone who had been close to the one-eyed prince. And Alys Rivers was still there. She had outlived another lord of Harrenhal, and she would not be the last. The chroniclers would eventually write that she carried a child, a son she claimed was Aemond's. They would write that she used that claim to press for a place in the succession, that she refused to fade into the silence that the court expected of her. But those accounts belong to the tangled and uncertain time that followed the dance, a time when the truth about Alys Rivers became even harder to separate from the ambitions of the men who sought to use her story for their own ends. The woman who had stood unafraid beside the most feared prince of her age would not disappear quietly. Of all the questions that cling to Alys Rivers, like morning mist over the god's eye, the most persistent one concerns the nature of her hold on Prince Aemond Targaryen, not whether she held his attention. That much seems certain from every surviving account, but how she held it. And more importantly, what that grasp meant for the choices he made, while Harrenhal served as his seat of command during the Dance of the Dragons. By the time Aemond settled into those black and twisted towers, the war had already turned cruel in ways that would define the rest of his life. He arrived as a conqueror, as a dragon rider with fire at his command, and as a prince whose reputation had been sharpened by violence. The woman who met him there was already part of the castle's strange and wounded life. A healer, a wet nurse, a figure of local legend. What happened between them would be written down by men who were not present and judged by generations who never met either of them. The sources that shape Aemond's story do not agree on much, but they do agree that something about Alys was difficult to explain through ordinary means. Grand Maester Munkun, writing with his characteristic disdain for anything that could not be measured or catalogued, described her as a serving wench with a suspicious interest in potions. Septon Eustace, never one to miss an opportunity to cast a woman's influence in theological shadow, called her a woods witch outright, and Mushroom, whose testimony is always the most colourful and the least reliable, went considerably further, painting her as an enchantress who preserved her youth through rituals that would make a silent sister blanch. These are not gentle descriptions. They are accusations dressed as observations, and each one carries its own agenda, disguised as fact. These three men shared almost nothing in their politics or their purposes. They wrote from different vantage points, for different audiences, with different reasons to shape the story in particular ways. Yet each of them, independently, reached for the language of magic to describe Alys Rivers. That convergence matters in the study of her legend. It means that even contemporaries who had no reason to coordinate their stories found her unsettling in a way that felt supernatural. It does not, however, mean that she was supernatural. It only means she seemed that way to the men who needed words for her. And the words they found said more about their own fears than about her nature. Here is where the record becomes deliberately murky. Some accounts imply that Alys used potions or other means to influence Aemond. The word potion does a great deal of careful work in that sentence. It sounds precise, almost medicinal, as if a clear mechanism could be identified and studied. It suggests glass vials and measured drops, secret recipes passed down through generations of village wisdom. But no source actually describes the preparation of such a potion. No source names its ingredients. No source tells us how it was administered, when it was given, or what it was supposed to do. The implication exists, but it exists as rumour, as innuendo, as the kind of detail that storytellers add when they need to explain something they cannot otherwise understand, and no source conclusively proves that she controlled him. That is not a small omission. For a woman accused of witchcraft, one would expect at least one account to claim something like eyewitness testimony of sorcery in action. Instead, what we have are interpretations of her presence, her age, her silence, her caretaking. The evidence for her power over Aemond rests on the fact that he kept her close. But keeping a woman close is not the same as being bewitched by her. The logic that links those two observations requires a leap that the sources themselves refuse to make. They ask us to believe, on faith, that a prince who had spent his entire life resisting the counsel of maesters and lords would suddenly surrender his will to a woman he had only just met. It is possible, but it is not proven, and it is not even particularly likely on its face. Consider how the story would read if Alys had never existed in it. Aemond Targaryen was a dragon rider, a warrior, a son of the crown. He was also, by the time he took Harrenhal, a figure of considerable destruction. The war had pushed him into a role that few could challenge openly. He burned villages along the riverlands. He scattered armies that tried to stand against him. He held the entire region in a grip of terror that lasted long after his own death and shaped the memories of those who survived him. When historians try to make sense of that violence, they face an uncomfortable problem. Aemond was not a mad king. He was not a cruel child in the way of fairy tales and songs. He was a capable, intelligent, fully aware prince making choices that ruined thousands of lives. He knew what he was doing. Every account of his campaign makes that painfully clear. That is a hard truth to sit with. The question of bewitchment offers an exit, a familiar one, worn smooth by centuries of use. The rumour allows observers to explain Aemond's choices without confronting his own responsibility. If Alys poisoned his mind, then the atrocity become her responsibility as much as his. If she cast a spell over him, then his will was not entirely his own. The man becomes a victim of circumstance, and the woman beside him becomes the villain of the piece. It is a tidy arrangement and a deeply familiar one. It is the same arrangement that has been applied to queens and consorts and counsellors throughout the histories of both Westeros and our own world. Whenever a man's ambition outruns the comfort of his chroniclers, the pattern is so old that it barely registers as a pattern at all. There is also something more subtle at work in this particular case. Alys was not noble. She was not protected by a great house or a powerful family. She was a bastard, a healer, a woman whose authority came from local knowledge rather than inherited rank. That made her an easy target for blame. No one would march to war to defend her honour. No lord would demand a retraction when her name was blackened. In the web of alliances and feuds that surrounded the Dance of the Dragons, she had no one to speak for her except herself. And the men writing the histories were in no mood to listen. Even the strong name, which might have offered some protection, was itself tainted by scandal and suspicion by the time she came to prominence. A powerful prince becomes easier to understand when his actions can be blamed on a witch. The formula satisfies something deep in the human appetite for order. It gives us a culprit we can point to. It lets us believe that the horror of the war was not the product of ordinary human decisions, but of something alien. Something that crept in from outside the realm of reason. And it spares us the more unsettling conclusion that a prince of the blood could choose cruelty on his own, without any magical prompting at all. That conclusion would force us to look at Aemond differently, not as a man possessed, but as a man who made choices, and those choices were his own. Yet look closely at what the sources actually describe. Alys never claims to control Aemond. No record places her at the centre of his military decisions. She is present, certainly. She appears in the stories of his time at Harrenhal as a constant, a fixture of his camp and his private hours. But presence is not the same as persuasion, and the accounts that most heavily imply her magical influence are the same accounts that never speak to her directly, never quote her at length, and never attempt to describe her from her own perspective. She remains a silhouette in every telling, a figure seen from the outside, draped in the anxieties of the men who wrote her down. Notice also how conveniently the rumours align with each writer's larger project. Munkun wanted a history that preserved the authority of the citadel. A woman playing with potions fit neatly into his suspicion of folk healing and unlicensed knowledge. Eustace wanted a moral tale about faith and its abandonment. A woods witch gave him a ready-made emblem of godlessness. Mushroom wanted a scandalous performance for his courtly audience. An enchantress bathing in virgin's blood was exactly the kind of detail that would earn him laughter and gasps in equal measure. Each of them found in Alys whatever their worldview needed to find. None of them bothered to ask who she was when no one was watching. The woman who emerges from between their lines is more interesting than any of their caricatures. By the accounts that focus on her work rather than her menace, she was a capable healer. She served as a wet nurse. She took care of Harrenhal after the Maester fled, tending to the wounded and the sick, in a place where death was already a familiar resident. She stayed at the castle when others left, living in a ruin that sensible people avoided precisely because it was so thoroughly cursed by its own past. Whatever else she was not weak-willed or easily frightened, and a prince who valued strength of character above courtly polish might well have found in her a companionship that no highborn lady could offer him. A bond built not on status or alliance, but on something harder to name. The truth, as it so often is in this history, remains suspended in the fog of contradictory testimony. Some accounts imply that Alys used potions or other means to influence Aemond. No account proves it. No account even describes it with enough specificity to be tested. What we are left with is a relationship that made people uncomfortable, and a woman whose historical reputation was shaped by that discomfort. And the consequences of that discomfort did not end when the war moved on from Harrenhal. Aemond's fate would find him far from those black towers, in a confrontation that the singers still argue about, and Alys would remain in the castle she had chosen, waiting, perhaps, for something that no one else could see. When the news of her prince's death finally reached her through the ruin, fade from the record the way so many other women would have done. Instead, a new claim emerged from the ashes of the war, a claim that tied her future to the child she carried, and to a legitimacy that the great houses were entirely unwilling to accept. The rumours would only deepen around her from that point forward. I hope you're as amazed by this as I am. If you want to stay updated on more content like this, make sure to subscribe and join our community of curious minds. Trust me, what's coming next will challenge everything you thought you knew. By the time the stories reached the Maesters and chroniclers, the question of whether Alys Rivers bewitched Aemond Targaryen was already impossible to separate from the question of what she actually was. A serving wench with an interest in potions, according to one account, a woods witch, according to another, a sinister enchantress who bathed in the blood of virgins, according to the most colourful witness of all. Every source gives her a different face, and every face carries a different implication about her power over the prince. But there is one thing the sources do not disagree on, whether through potions, through prophecy, or through the simple fact of being the only woman of consequence in a haunted ruin. Alys Rivers became someone Prince Aemond listened to, and in a place like Harrenhal, being listened to by the man in command was a form of power that no title could grant, and no enemy could easily take away. Consider how the castle actually functioned during the Dance of the Dragons. Harrenhal was not a royal court in the way King's Landing was. There were no small councils, no armies of clerks and scribes, no formal channels through which information reached the prince in a neat and orderly fashion. The war had stripped the great fortress of its ordinary rhythms. The Maester had fled, the servants had scattered. Those who remained were survivors, the ones who had watched the castle change hands and learned the hard lesson that loyalty to any lord was less reliable than loyalty to the walls themselves. In that kind of isolation, proximity becomes everything. The people who influence a commander are not necessarily the ones with the finest titles. They are the ones who share his fire, who bring him word from the village below, who notice when he has not slept, who speak to him in the quiet hours after the war council has disbanded. And for Aemond Targaryen at Harrenhal, that person was Alys Rivers. The Dance of the Dragons was a war of succession, but inside Harrenhal it was a war of whispers. Princes came and went, lords bent the knee and then broke their word, and through it all, Alys remained. The castle was her ground. She knew which corridors still held their heat, which wells ran clean, which men could be trusted to deliver a message, and which would sell it to the highest bidder. That knowledge was worth more than gold in a fortress that had seen more betrayals than battles. When Aemond took the castle, he did not simply acquire a strategic foothold. He acquired Alys's knowledge, her memory, her way of reading the ruined stones and the frightened people who moved among them. And because their relationship was intimate, that knowledge became something more than information. It became counsel. It became trust. It became a channel through which decisions flowed in ways that the formal workings of a court could never quite match. This is the part of Alys's story that is easy to reduce to scandal and easy to dismiss as witchcraft, but it is worth pausing over. The accounts from the dance tell us that Alys and Aemond spent their nights together. We are told that she was his paramour, his bedmate, the woman who shared his chambers in the haunted tower. And because those are the facts the chroniclers chose to record, we sometimes forget what those nights contained. They contained conversation. They contained the slow, careful exchange of words between two people who had every reason to be guarded, and who had chosen, for whatever reason, not to be guarded with each other. In an ordinary castle, a healer's opinions would have been sought only for matters of the body. But Harrenhal was not ordinary, and the war was not ordinary. Aemond was making decisions about raids and supply lines and the loyalty of nearby houses. The men who advised him on those matters came with their own agendas, their own families, their own ambitions. Alys had no family to promote, no estate to enrich, no title to pursue. Whatever advice she offered from a position that the other commanders could not easily understand, and what they could not understand, they distrusted. So the rumours began. She had bewitched him, she had fed him potions, she had stolen his wits with her woman's arts. These stories were convenient for Aemond's enemies, and convenient for his own men when they wanted to blame someone for a decision they disliked. If the prince acted strangely, if he lingered at Harrenhal when he might have ridden to war, if he listened to a woman from nowhere instead of to his sworn lords, the explanation was simple. She had enchanted him. There could be no other explanation, because the idea that a bastard healer might simply be clever, might simply be paying attention, might simply have earned the prince's trust through years of watching and waiting and learning the castle's secrets, was too uncomfortable to accept. But here is the thing about political power. It rarely matters how it is gained. It only matters whether it is real. And Alys's power was real. Her relationship with Aemond gave her access to decisions normally closed to a bastard healer, a woman whose birth and station would have made her invisible in any other setting. The same hands that had dressed wounds and mixed tonics were now present when the fate of the Riverlands was discussed. The same voice that had told Daemon Targaryen he would die in this place was now speaking in the ear of the prince who had come to hold it. In that sense, Harrenhal became a kind of inverted court. The formal titles meant less than they would have anywhere else. A lord's seal could be forged, a maester's letter could be intercepted, a raven could be shot from the sky, but a private conversation between two people who trusted each other could not be intercepted, could not be forged, could not be stolen. Private conversations may have mattered more than formal titles inside the isolated castle, because they were the only form of communication that the war had not yet corrupted. It would be a comfort to have a clear answer about what Alys intended. Alys's enemies would have called her influence seduction, a slow and deliberate entanglement designed to bend the prince to her will. Her allies, if she had any among the lords, might have called it counsel, the honest advice of a woman who knew the castle and the country better than any foreign knight. But the truth is that no one at the time knew the difference, and no one since has been able to settle it. She was a woman who shared the prince's bed, and that single fact shaped how everything else about her was interpreted. When she advised caution, the men who lost the argument called it witchcraft. When she predicted an outcome that came true, the men who had been wrong called it dark magic. She could not win, because the lens through which she was seen had been fixed the moment Aemond chose her. And here is the darker truth that the chroniclers rarely state directly. Alys, whatever her intentions, could not control how her body was read. She was no longer simply a healer or a wet nurse. She was the prince's paramour, and in that role, her body became a political instrument. Her presence in his chambers was itself a statement, a declaration that Aemond trusted the castle's old shadows more than the lords who surrounded him. The politics of the pillow were not a side effect of her relationship with Aemond. They were the core of it. She could be used by Aemond as a way to signal his independence from his advisors. She could be used by his enemies as proof of his instability. She could be used by the chroniclers as evidence of whatever lesson they wished to teach. But her own intentions, her own desires, Her own reasons for staying when everyone else had fled, those remained unknown. That is perhaps the most unsettling part of her story. We have accounts of what she did, but we never really know what she wanted. Did she seek power for its own sake? Did she seek survival? Did she love Aemond, or did she see him as a means to an end? Did she believe her own prophecies, or were they calculated performances, carefully timed words meant to shape the minds of the powerful? The sources do not say. The sources cannot say, because the sources were written by men who saw her only through the narrow window of the prince's bedchamber, and they were more interested in the politics of the pillow than in the woman who lay upon it. In the end, the access Alys gained through Aemond was real, but it was also conditional. It existed only as long as Aemond lived, only as long as he remained at Harrenhal, only as long as the war kept the castle at the centre of the dance. And the dance was still moving. The armies were still marching. The prince would not stay in the haunted fortress forever. Whatever influence Alys had gathered, whatever trust she had built, whatever private words had passed between them in the quiet hours, all of it was about to be tested by the open road and the coming battle. And the long uncertainty of what happens to a woman at Harrenhal when the man she chose has ridden away. The private conversations that passed between Alys Rivers and Prince Aemond Targaryen are lost to us. Whatever she said to him in the chambers of Harrenhal, whatever he confided in her, whatever silences they shared, none of it was written down by anyone who was there. The Maester had fled. The servants who remained had their own survival to think about. And so the most intimate relationship of Alys's life exists in history only as a shadow, visible only through the shape of the man who stood beside her. And what a shape that was. Aemond Targaryen was not a subtle figure. He was the rider of Vhagar, the largest dragon in the known world. He was the prince who lost an eye as a boy and never let anyone forget it. He was the uncle who claimed the regency in his nephew's name, while effectively ruling the realm himself. And during the Dance of the Dragons, he became something worse. He became a terror. The Riverlands knew Aemond Targaryen in only one way. He burned villages. He destroyed armies. He killed his nephew Lucerys in the skies above Storm's End, chasing the boy through a storm and bringing Vhagar down upon him. That act alone earned him permanent infamy. The small folk learned to fear the sound of dragon wings. They learned to fear the shadow passing over their fields, and they learned to associate that terror with the one-eyed prince who seemed to take a dark pleasure in it. This is the world in which Alys Rivers became his companion, and this is why the chroniclers who wrote about her could not see her clearly. Much of what is remembered about Alys is filtered through the violence and reputation of Aemond. When a man like that takes a woman into his life, the woman cannot simply be herself. She becomes an extension of his legend. She becomes a mystery attached to a monster, and every explanation offered for her is shaped by how the chronicler explains him. His brutality makes any woman near him appear complicit, manipulative, or supernatural. Each of the three major sources found a different path. Grand Maester Munkun, writing in his careful administrative style, treated Alys as a serving woman with an interest in potions. For him, she is complicit, a schemer at the edge of power who used her knowledge to influence the prince. Septon Eustace, who saw the dance as a moral struggle, called her a woods witch. For him, she is supernatural, a creature of old gods and forbidden arts standing beside a demon prince. And Mushroom, the court fool, went further still. He claimed she bathed in the blood of virgins to preserve her youth. For him, she is not just uncanny, she is monstrous. 3 witnesses, 3 different women, all of them filtered through the same terrible shadow. The chronicles ask whether she guided him, endured him, or simply survived beside him. If she guided him, then she was a hidden power behind the throne, shaping the decisions of a prince who already had too much power and too little restraint. That reading makes her dangerous in a specific way, not because of magic, but because of intelligence and proximity. If she endured him, then she was something closer to a captive. A woman who had no real choice but to accommodate the man who controlled the castle where she lived. That reading makes her a survivor first, and everything else second. And if she simply survived beside him, then the relationship was more ordinary than the chroniclers could admit. Not dark sorcery, not grand romance, but a practical arrangement between two people in an impossible place. The evidence supports none of these readings conclusively. We know she stayed at Harrenhal when others fled. We know she became his bedmate. We know that the men around Aemond treated her words as weighty. But we do not know what she felt. We do not know what she intended. We do not know what she truly was to him. What we do know is that she would not be remembered at all without him. That is the cruel irony of her place in history. There were countless bastards and healers and wet nurses scattered across the riverlands during the dance. None of them are remembered. Their names are lost to us. Alys Rivers is different. She is remembered because she stood beside a prince who made the realm tremble. She is remembered because Aemond Targaryen chose her, or took her, or fell under her influence. The chroniclers cannot even agree on that much. Her story cannot be separated from the prince who made her visible to history. None of this makes Alys a passive figure. Everything we know about her suggests she was anything but passive. She stayed at Harrenhal when it would have been wiser to leave. She claimed authority in the castle after the Maester fled. She spoke to Daemon Targaryen, the most dangerous man in the realm, with a directness that bordered on prophecy. And when Aemond was gone, she continued to act, claiming that her son carried the blood of House Strong and the right to its inheritance, but the shadow remains. Every account of Alys that survives was written by someone who knew her through her association with Aemond. The soldiers who later accepted her authority were the remnants of his own forces. The men who surrendered to her had learned to see the world through his violence, and Alys was part of that world. There is a strange symmetry in all of this. Aemond spent his life pursuing power through fear. He was the boy with the missing eye. He was the rider of the largest dragon in the world. He was the prince who left ashes across the riverlands, and in the end, he vanished from history, leaving only questions behind. His body was never found. The lake where he fell gave nothing back. Even his death became a rumour rather than a certainty. And Alys Rivers, the woman who shared his bed and his castle, was left to carry the weight of his legend. But the chroniclers, in their fixation on Aemond, barely paused to ask what became of her once he was gone. The war did not end with his fall. The claimants to the Iron Throne continued to tear the realm apart. Harrenhal changed hands again and again, its walls scarred, and its halls filled with the remnants of dead armies. And Alys remained within those walls, at least for a time, insisting that her son had a claim to lands and titles that the dying war had made uncertain. In that aftermath, the story begins to turn away from Aemond. In that aftermath, the chronicles struggle with Alys in a different way. Not as the witch beside the prince, but as a mother. Not as the Enchantress of Harrenhal, but as a woman claiming a future for her child. The shadow of Aemond still hung over her, but she had stepped out of it into a story of her own. Aemond Targaryen's shadow stretches so long across Alys Rivers that it can be difficult to see her standing apart from it. The prince came to Harrenhal as a conqueror, and nearly every account of Alys, written after that meeting, tends to view her through his fire and his blood. But Aemond did not remain at Harrenhal forever. The war pulled him away, out of the riverlands and into the greater storms of the dance. And when he left, the fortress did not fall silent. It simply found new masters. That is the way of Harrenhal. It has always been a place that men take, and hold, and lose, and then take again, each time leaving a little more of themselves behind in the blackened stone. Harrenhal changes hands repeatedly during the years of the dance, and survival becomes more remarkable than loyalty. The castle sits at the heart of the Riverlands, enormous and half-ruined, too vast to defend with any small garrison, and too strategically important to leave unguarded. Both sides of the war wanted it, and both sent men to claim it. The banners flying from its towers shifted with the fortunes of battle. One month the men inside swore for Rhaenyra, the next they bent the knee to Aegon. Each change of allegiance was announced in blood. Those who had served the previous lord well were exactly the ones most likely to be executed by the new one. Loyalty became a liability. Devotion to a lost cause was a death sentence. And in the middle of all of that, Alys Rivers stayed. Alys is said to endure political purges that destroy or displace other residents. The Maester had already fled early on. When the first violence arrived at the castle, many of the servants went with him, or scattered into the countryside, carrying what little they could carry. Wet nurses, cooks, guardsmen, stewards, all of them came and went like the seasons. Some were dismissed by new commanders who wanted their own people in place. Others were killed, simply because they had been there before, because old loyalties were assumed, because the new lord wanted to make an example of anyone who might remember a different master. Harrenhal is a haunted place, and its ghosts are not all old ones. The dance filled it with fresh ghosts, men who died in its halls or in its yard, and the living who remained learned to be very careful. Alys was one of the living, and she remained. What kept her alive is a question the histories circle around without ever answering directly. Her knowledge of the castle, medicine, and human weakness may have helped her remain alive. She knew Harrenhal in a way that no outside lord could. She knew its crooked corridors, its collapsed towers, its places where the walls seemed to weep, its stone that held the cold even in summer. When new men arrived, she could tell them what they needed to know about the old place, which chambers were sound, which stairways were safe, which parts of the castle should be avoided after dark. That kind of knowledge has value in a fortress that has killed more men through neglect and rumour than through open battle. But her value went beyond the architecture. She was a healer. Every garrison in a time of war collects wounds, and skilled healers are never easy to find. A man who might have killed her for serving the previous lord would think twice when his own soldiers were bleeding out, and Alys was the only one who knew how to stop the blood, how to clean the wound, how to keep the fever from taking hold. She had been a wet nurse before that, and there is a gentleness to the way the accounts describe her hands. Even when they describe her with suspicion, she was someone who cared for the body, who understood how fragile it was, and who could be trusted with the things that men did not want to ask anyone else about. And there was something else, more difficult to describe. She understood human weakness. She understood what men in power wanted and what they feared, and how to speak to both. Some lords may have trusted her, some may have wanted her, some may simply have been afraid of what she knew and chose not to test her. Whatever the reason, the purges rolled through Harrenhal and broke against her like water against a stone. She was not the loudest presence in the castle, and perhaps that was exactly why she survived. She never demanded, she never threatened. She made herself useful without making herself important enough to be dangerous. And then she waited. The same stories that record her survival also record how unsettling it was. To later storytellers, survival itself becomes evidence that she possessed unnatural protection. Grand Maester Munkun, who was not there, but wrote as though he were, suggests she was nothing more than a clever serving woman who dabbled in potions. Septon Eustace calls her a woods witch, half in contempt and half in fear. Mushroom, as always, goes further, turning her into a creature out of a fable, an enchantress who preserved her youth through terrible means. The three men could not agree on who she was, but they were all struck by the same fact. She did not die. She watched lords come and go. She watched the castle change colours like a banner in the wind. She survived, and her survival became the proof of her strangeness. If she had died with the others, she would have been forgotten. One more name in a long list of casualties. Because she lived, the storytellers had to explain it, and the easiest explanation was magic. There is a kind of circular reasoning in that, the way history so often works. Because the texts already treated her as a witch, Her longevity seemed sinister. Because she seemed sinister, her longevity appeared impossible. The deeper truth may be duller and sadder. She was a woman of Harrenhal, and Harrenhal had already seen so much death that the living became precious. She knew the castle's moods. She knew its secrets. She knew how to make herself necessary in a world where necessity was the only real protection. That is not witchcraft. But in a place as cursed and rumour-soaked as Harrenhal, being the one who stayed when everyone else was swept away is almost indistinguishable from being a ghost. And yet the question of what she was, or what she believed herself to be, never quite goes away, because Alys did not simply endure, and the things she claimed to see in storm clouds and mountain pools at dusk, in the fire used to cook supper, in the shadows that moved through the great hall when no one else was moving, were the kinds of visions that make men uneasy. She spoke of the future, as though it were a room she had already walked through. And after the purges, after the wars, the words she spoke carried more weight than any potion she might have brewed, because the woman who survived everything was, by her very survival, a woman worth listening to. And so they listened, even when they did not understand what she was saying, even when the things she said sounded like riddles or warnings. The castle had changed hands so many times that no one could remember all the names of the men who had ruled it, but everyone remembered Alys Rivers, and that perhaps was the most unsettling thing of all. When the fighting around Harrenhal finally settled and the banners changed one last time, Alys Rivers was still there. That alone was remarkable. The Purge had come and gone. The men who had shared Aemond's table were dead or scattered, and yet she remained, which was itself a kind of statement. To survive Harrenhal during the Dance of the Dragons was not luck, it was a message. But survival was never the end of her story. It was only the beginning of the part that no one could agree on. Because after Aemond's involvement with Alys, claims emerged concerning a son connected to the prince. Now here we must slow down, because the surviving records disagree about nearly everything that follows. They disagree about whether the child existed at all. They disagree about whether he was born before or after Aemond's death. They disagree about whether Alys ever claimed to have married the prince. And they disagree about what words, if any, passed between them in the privacy of Harrenhal's chambers. What the sources do share is the shape of the rumour: a boy, a mother, a dead father, and a crown that suddenly seemed very close to a child that most of Westeros had never seen. This is where the story of Alys Rivers stops, being the story of a woman who survived, and becomes something heavier, because a child's legitimacy in this world is never simply a matter of blood. It is a matter of blood and politics, and whoever controls the story. And in the aftermath of the dance, there was no one at court who was not desperate to control the story. Think about what was at stake. When Aemond Targaryen died above the God's Eye, his line did not end if this child was real. The war had been fought over succession, over who had the right to sit the Iron Throne, over which branch of the family could claim the dragon's blood with any authority. If Alys Rivers held in her arms a son of Aemond Targaryen, she held something that the entire realm had been bleeding for. She held a possible Targaryen heir, and that would transform Alys from survivor into claimant maker. No longer the mysterious healer who attended the sick in a cursed castle. No longer the woman who had warmed the bed of a prince, which the chroniclers can barely mention without sneering. She would become the mother of a pretender, or a king, or at the very least, a rallying point for every lord who had lost something in the war and wanted to take it back. There is a quiet cruelty in that transformation, if you linger on it. This was a woman who had spent her life inside the walls of Harrenhal, in the roles that other people assigned to her: a bastard of House Strong, a wet nurse, a healer, a bedmate. She had nursed children who were not hers, tended wounds that were not her own, and watched the great lords of the Riverlands tear each other apart over a castle that cursed everyone who touched it. Now the sources ask her to play one more role, the most dangerous of all, the mother of a claimant. And if she never claimed that role at all, if the chroniclers put those words in her mouth, then they have given her the only kind of power a woman in her position could hold. The sources take their usual positions. Grand Maester Munkun, who wrote with a bureaucrat's suspicion of anything he could not verify, presents the claim as rumour, perhaps as a desperate woman's grasping at power. Septon Eustace, always eager to see the hand of sin in the affairs of the crown, implies that whatever bonds existed between Alys and Aemond were unholy, and Mushroom, the court fool, tells a tale far stranger and darker, as he always does, filling in the gaps with the kind of details that could only be invented by a man who was not there. But all of them are writing about the same scene. A woman standing before the remnants of a kingdom, holding up a child, and asking the realm to believe her. And the realm, of course, did not want to believe her, because the realm had already chosen its new king. Aegon III was on the throne, a boy who had seen too much and survived too much, and the men who governed in his name had no interest in acknowledging a rival claim from a line they had spent years trying to extinguish. The legitimacy of Alys's son was not a question that could be answered honestly. It was a question that would be answered by whoever had the power to make their answer stick. So what do we actually know? We know that Aemond Targaryen took Harrenhal. We know that Alys Rivers was there, and that the prince kept her close. We know that the sources, for all their disagreement, do not deny that something passed between them. And we know that after the war, a woman who called herself Alys Rivers appeared with a child she claimed was Aemond's son. Whether she was telling the truth, whether the boy was even hers, whether the story was crafted to protect herself from the aftermath of a war that had left her without a protector, none of that can be confirmed. The records are too thin, too biased, too full of gaps where the truth should be. In a way, the uncertainty surrounding the child mirrors the uncertainty surrounding his mother. Everything that is said about Alys Rivers comes to us through the same fog that swallows the story of her son. We do not know how old she was, because the sources cannot agree. We do not know whether her visions came from prophecy, or madness, or the desperate hope of a woman reading meaning into a world that had given her few choices. We do not know whether she loved Aemond, or used him, or was used by him in ways the chroniclers were too embarrassed to record. And now we do not know whether her son was the heir to the Iron Throne, or the product of a lie she told her to save her own skin. And there is something deeply fitting about that. Alys Rivers has spent her entire time in the historical record being described by men who were not there, who never saw her face, who never heard her speak. They call her a serving wench. They call her a woods witch. They call her an enchantress who bathed in the blood of virgins, as if her beauty required a dark explanation. And then, at the very end of her story, they turn to her son and cannot agree about him either. They cannot agree about his father. They cannot agree about his birth. They cannot even agree on whether he was worth mentioning at all. The boy is a shadow, the same way his mother is a shadow. He exists in the records just enough to raise questions, and not enough to answer them. And perhaps that is the point. In a story built from rumour and political necessity, a child's legitimacy is never about the child. It is about whose claim the story serves. It is about who benefits from the realm believing that the line of Aemond Targaryen continued, and who benefits from the realm believing that it ended in the waters of the God's Eye. Alys Rivers, the survivor of Harrenhal, would have understood that better than anyone. She had watched the castle change hands, watched her protectors fall, watched the men who had once held power lose their heads to the very politics that had raised them up. She knew that truth was not a fixed thing. Truth was something that happened to people who controlled the narrative. And for a woman holding a child in her arms, standing before a kingdom that wanted her to disappear, the narrative was all she had. The claim was made, the claim was denied, or perhaps it was never made at all. And the whole story is nothing more than the fevered dream of a chronicler who could not bear to leave a mystery unresolved. Either way, The son of Alys Rivers does not remain in the records for long. He appears, and then he fades, and the mother who held him up before the eyes of the realm fades with him. And that is where her story becomes almost impossible to follow, because after the claims about the child, the sources stop telling us what happened to Alys Rivers with any clarity. She survives the war, she surfaces with the claim, and then she vanishes from the pages of history the way she entered them, through a door made of rumour, seen by no one who wrote down the truth of what they saw. So we are left with the shape of her, not the substance. A healer, a wet nurse, a witch, a paramour, a mother, a claimant maker. All of those roles were placed on her by the men who wrote her story. None of them were written by her. And when she walks out of the records, she takes the answer with her. The question of her son, like the question of Alys herself, remains open. Not because history lost the answer, but because history never had it in the first place. It had only the claims, the rumours, the fears, and the hopes of a realm that needed her to be one thing or another, and could never agree on what that thing was. The child in the shadows fades back into the shadows, and his mother goes with him. Whatever became of them, whatever truth was carried in that boy's blood, it is buried now, somewhere beneath the layers of story and silence. And the silence itself becomes the final statement, because the last thing the records can agree on is that, in the end, no one could say for certain what happened to Alys Rivers. No one could say where she went. No one could say whether the sun in the shadows ever grew, to learn who his father was supposed to be. That is what makes the sun in the shadows so dangerous. Not simply who he might be, but what his very existence could do to the fragile world that was built after the war. The dance of the dragons had devoured the realm in fire. It had killed dragons and princes, and tens of thousands of ordinary people who never asked to be part of the quarrel. And when the fire finally burned itself out, the peace that followed was not a true peace. It was exhaustion wearing the mask of stability. Every lord who bent the knee, every maester who wrote the official histories, every septon who blessed the new reign, had a stake in making that peace look permanent, and a claim to Aemond's blood could threaten every settlement made after the dance. Let me unpack that for a moment, because it matters more than it might first appear. The Targaryen dynasty had almost destroyed itself from within. The two branches of the family, the Blacks and the Greens, had spent years tearing each other apart in a war over succession. When the dust settled, the only way to justify any of it was to declare the matter closed. Aegon III was king. The line of Rhaenyra and Daemon would continue, and everything else, every grievance, every counterclaim, every drop of rival blood was supposed to be forgotten, buried in the same mass graves as the dragons. But history is not so easy to bury. Aemond Targaryen had been dead for years. By that point, his body lost in the deep waters beneath the God's Eye, his dragon Vargar gone down with him. Yet the bloodline he represented did not simply vanish because he did. If there was a child, a son, born of his time at Harrenhal, then that child carried two dangerous things: the blood of the dragon from Aemond and the shadow of a claim that came with it. Because in the eyes of the Green faction, Aemond had never been a rebel or a usurper. He had been loyal to his brother, Aegon II. His son could therefore claim not just kinship, but inheritance, a thread connecting the fallen branch of the family back to the throne itself. Now, the official settlement after the dance had declared that line finished. Aegon II was dead. His surviving heirs, if any, had been set aside, and the realm had agreed to accept the son of Rhaenyra as the true king. That arrangement was written into treaties and sealed with oaths, but treaties in Westeros are only worth as much as the swords behind them. And the moment someone appeared who could reasonably claim to represent the other side of that war, those swords would begin to shift. New hands would reach for old scabbards, and the peace, such as it was, would hang by a thread. This is where legitimacy stops being a matter of law and becomes a weapon. In Westeros, an uncertain birth can become either a royal opportunity or a death sentence. The same child who could be crowned in one camp could be killed in another. The same claim that could raise an army could also mark a family for extermination. It all depends on who is asking the question and what they have to gain from the answer. The opponents of the claim are easy to understand. The regents who governed in the name of Aegon III had no interest in seeing a rival appear. The lords who had chosen a side and survived had no interest in reopening wounds that had barely begun to heal. The official histories, written by men like Grand Maester Munkun, presented the post-war order as the natural conclusion of a righteous struggle. A living son of Aemond would unravel that narrative stitch by stitch. So the easiest path for them was to deny the boy outright. He was a bastard, they would say. His mother was a woman of low birth and worse reputation. There was no marriage, no public acknowledgement from the prince, no proof beyond the word of a woman, whose word was worth nothing, and without proof, the claim could be dismissed. But denial is never the only move in a game like this, because supporters would have reason to elevate him just as strongly. The realm was full of people who had lost everything in the dance. The Green cause had been defeated, but its partisans had not all vanished. There were lords in the Riverlands who had followed Aemond, who had bent the knee only when there was no other choice. There were broken men who remembered the terrible brief glory of the one-eyed prince and his dragon. There were younger sons who had inherited nothing from the war, who resented a peace built on their ruin. For all of them, a son of Aemond was more than a child. He was a symbol, a memory made flesh, a banner that had not yet been raised. And so the boy at the center of this story became a kind of currency. He could be traded, negotiated, displayed, or hidden. He could be used to bargain for pardons, for lands, for alliances. He could be offered to one faction as proof of good faith and held over another as a threat. Nothing about his own desires mattered, because he was not yet old enough to have desires that counted. He was, in the most literal sense, a claim-wearing skin, and both sides of the conflict wanted to be the ones holding it. Then there was Alys herself. Her testimony might be priceless, yet her reputation would make it easy to dismiss. That is the cruel paradox of her position, and it pulses underneath everything we know about her later years. She was the only credible witness to the child's parentage. She alone had been in Harrenhal, in the days when Aemond held the castle. She alone could say with certainty what had passed between them, what promises were made, what secrets were shared. If her account were believed, she would become the mother of a royal clan, one of the most consequential women in the Seven Kingdoms. But the same reputation that made her story remarkable is the reputation that made it unbelievable. Each of the chroniclers shaped Alys to fit his own needs, and none of those versions was trustworthy. Grand Maester Munkun described her as a serving wench with an interest in potions, a woman of no particular importance who had been elevated by rumour to a role she never truly played. Septon Eustace called her a woods witch, a creature of the old gods, a shadow that had led a noble prince astray, and Mushroom, the court fool whose tales are always the most colourful and the least reliable, painted her as a sinister enchantress, a woman who preserved her youth through methods too dark for polite company to repeat. Each of these men took the same woman and shaped her into a different monster. And when a woman has already been turned into a monster in the histories, her testimony becomes very easy to discard. In a court of law, a woman of her station would struggle to be heard at all. In a political negotiation, her claims could be dismissed as the delusions of a madwoman or the schemes of a witch. The more she insisted on the truth of her son's parentage, the easier it was for her enemies to point to her strangeness as proof that the claim was false. She was caught in a circle that closed tighter with every word she spoke. Her credibility depended on the very story her enemies used to destroy it. Still, there is something remarkable in the fact that she survived long enough for any of this to matter. Harrenhal had changed hands more times than the histories care to count. The castle was a poisoned prize, a colossal ruin that promised power and delivered only death to those who tried to hold it. Purges swept through its halls, and most of the people who served there were scattered or killed. Yet Alys endured. She becomes, in the aftermath, something different from the quiet healer of the siege. She draws lawless men to her side. She commands a following. She stops being a woman who simply survives and becomes a woman who shapes the space around her, however briefly. That transformation is part of what makes her so difficult to pin down. Was she always manipulating the men around her, quietly weaving spells of influence while pretending to be nothing more than a wet nurse? Or was she forced into that role by the chaos of the war? A woman who learned that the only way to protect herself and her child was to become dangerous. The sources cannot answer. They can only circle around her, laying down their gossip and their accusations, and their occasional, reluctant admiration. And the boy, the son in the shadows, remains a question mark in the margins of the record. Some accounts suggest he lived quietly, protected by his mother's cunning. Others hint that he became a figure of ambition, a possibility that could still be raised if the moment were right. Still others suggest he disappeared entirely, swallowed by the same castle shadows that had concealed him as an infant. There are glimpses, just glimpses in the old texts. A mention of a child at Harrenhal, a mother's fierce protectiveness, a claim that was never fully proven and never fully denied. And then the trail goes cold, the way it always does with stories that powerful people want to forget. That coldness is the point, because when a claim to the Iron Throne is uncertain, the most dangerous thing is the uncertainty itself. It gives hope to the hopeless. It gives purpose to the vengeful. It allows every grievance in the realm to gather around a single name, a single face that no one can quite agree on. The boy in the shadows did not need to be the true son of Aemond Targaryen. He only needed to be possible. And Alys, whether by design or by sheer force of will, kept that possibility alive. In the end, legitimacy was the weapon, but Alys was the one holding it. She could not make the realm accept her son as the rightful heir to anything, but she could keep the question open. She could refuse to let the histories close the book on him. She could hold the truth hostage behind her own unreliability, so that no one could either embrace it or bury it completely. And in a world where women of her station were so often erased from memory altogether, that refusal was its own kind of power. But the night always deepens around characters like these. The lawless men who followed her had their own hungers, their own ambitions, their own reasons for standing beside a woman of uncertain name. And the records that tell us so little about her son have even less to say about what became of Alys herself. The candles burning in the burned towers of Harrenhal do not stay lit forever, and the mother of a hidden prince cannot hold the shadows at bay indefinitely. There comes a moment when even the most guarded story begins to slip, when the witnesses fade, when the claims grow quieter, when the woman who once kept her weapon drawn is left alone with whatever she truly believed and whatever she truly knew. The claim to Aemond's blood carried more weight than any title or banner. A child who could point to the prince as a father was a child who could unravel settlements, challenge inheritances, and reopen wounds the realm had agreed to bandage over. And so the question of the mother became just as dangerous as the question of the child, because whoever she was, and whatever she truly was, determined whether that bloodline was a genuine threat or a convenient fantasy. And that is precisely where Alys Rivers becomes impossible to pin down. Every source that tries to describe her does so with absolute confidence, and every source contradicts the next. Grand Maester Munkun, writing in the careful language of the Citadel, dismissed her as a serving wench who had an interest in potions, nothing more. A woman of low birth and minor talents who simply happened to be in the right castle at the wrong time. Septon Eustace, writing with the moral weight of the faith behind him, called her a woods witch, a creature of old gods and older superstitions, someone whose power came from places the Seven could not reach. And Mushroom, the court fool whose memoirs blend truth and mischief in equal measure, went much further. He described her as a sinister enchantress who preserved her youth by bathing in the blood of virgins. 3 sources with access to the same events. 3 portraits that cannot all be true. Attempts to erase Alys fail, because every retelling gives her a new form. Each chronicler thought they were diminishing her, reducing her to something small enough to dismiss. Munkun made her a servant with a hobby. Eustace made her a superstitious peasant. Mushroom made her a monster. But a monster is still a kind of power, and power is never truly small. In trying to explain her away, each writer instead added another layer to her legend. She becomes healer, concubine, prophet, schemer, mother and sorceress, depending on the narrator. Each role feels complete in the moment it is told, and each role feels false the moment another version is read. The healer came first. Before the dance brought war to Harrenhal, before Prince Aemond ever rode through its gates, Alys was already there. She served as a wet nurse, which means she was trusted with the most fragile lives in the castle. When the Maester fled and the castle fell into ruin, she took on the work of caring for the sick and wounded. In some accounts, she is described as an unofficial Maester, a woman who knew the properties of herbs and roots, and who could set bones and ease fevers when no one else could. That version of Alys is practical, grounded, useful. She is a woman who survives because she is needed. There is nothing mysterious about her. The healing she offers is the kind that comes from observation and experience, not from magic. But then there is the prophet. The same woman who tended wounds is said to have seen visions. She read signs in storm clouds and mountain pools at dusk, in the fire-lit to cook suppers, in the way smoke moved around the twisted towers of Harrenhal. The show gave her a line that captures this perfectly when she tells Daemon Targaryen that he will die in this place. The book is more restrained, but the implication is the same. She sees things that others cannot, whether that comes from the old gods, from a sharp mind reading the political weather, or from something stranger. The text never confirms, and the uncertainty is the point. The prophet and the healer can be the same person, only if you accept that her powers have a source beyond ordinary understanding. And then there is the concubine. After Prince Aemond took control of Harrenhal, Alys became his bedmate. Some versions of the story say she used potions to influence him, that she slipped him something to cloud his judgment and bind his will. Other versions suggest that their relationship was more complicated, that a woman of unknown age and undetermined status somehow held the attention of one of the most dangerous men in Westeros. Mushroom, of course, insisted that she enchanted him, but Mushroom also insisted she bathed in virgin's blood, and that claim sits awkwardly beside the quieter portraits of the other chroniclers. Aemond was not a man easily controlled. He was ruthless, prideful, and suspicious. If Alys had influence over him, it may have been through intelligence, through comfort, through the simple fact of being present in a cursed castle while war raged outside, or it may have been something else entirely. And the mother, that is the role that outlasts all the others. Alys is said to have borne a son, a child who carried Aemond's blood. Whether that child was truly the prince's, whether he was born before or after Aemond's death at the battle above the God's Eye, whether he was a legitimate heir or a bastard like his mother, all of that depends on who is telling the story. The child becomes a weapon. For those who wanted to challenge the post-war settlement, the boy was proof that Aemond's line continued. For those who wanted stability, the boy was a rumour, a fraud, a story told by a woman with nothing left to lose. And Alys herself, as the mother of that claim, becomes more than a healer, more than a prophet, more than a sorceress. She becomes a political problem, a woman who could not be executed cleanly, because executing her would confirm that the child mattered. And that is where her lack of a fixed identity becomes her greatest armour. Her lack of a fixed identity makes her impossible to fully condemn or defend. Every accusation against her is undercut by a version of her that seems harmless or heroic. She is a healer, so how can she be a monster? She is a mother, so how can she be a schemer? But every defense is undercut too. She is a sorceress in one telling, so how can she be merely a servant? She is a prophet in another, so how can she be dismissed as an ordinary woman? The record never settles. The archives never agree. Each chronicler wrote the version that served his own purpose, his own order, his own understanding of the world. And because those purposes conflicted, the woman they described never solidified into a single shape. This is not an accident of poor record keeping. It is the natural result of a woman who existed at the intersection of so many fears and hopes. The Maesters wanted to explain her as a minor curiosity. The Faith wanted to warn against her as a pagan danger. The court wanted to entertain with her as a dark fantasy. None of them wanted to record her as she was, because none of them knew her as she was. They only knew what she represented, and what she represented was too large for any one pen to capture. What happens to her after the dance is stranger still. Harrenhal changes hands repeatedly. Purges sweep through the castle, displacing residents and executing loyalists. And yet Alys is said to survive. Not just survive, but remain. She stays in the ruined castle, in the place that is already a symbol of curses and decay, and she does not leave. Whether she was protected by her usefulness, by her reputation, by whatever hold she had on the men who passed through, or by something stranger, the sources do not say. They simply record that she endured, and then the record grows hazy. The accounts of her later years become abrupt, uncertain, unfinished. Her ultimate fate is never clearly stated. She does not die in the pages of fire and blood in any definitive way. She simply fades, the way legends fade, not into nothing but into the space between stories. And that is why the legend survives. The legend survives precisely because no single version can close the case. If Munkun had been right, she would be a footnote, a serving wench who dabbled in potions and disappeared into history. If Mushroom had been right, she would be a cautionary tale, a monster whose evil was eventually punished or outlived. But because the versions compete, because each chronicler undermines the others, the case remains open. There is no verdict. There is no final word. Every reader of the histories must decide for themselves which Alys to believe, and in deciding, they become another narrator, another retelling, another form. The attempt to erase Alys Rivers did not fail because of magic, though the stories are full of it. It failed because the men who tried to erase her could not agree on what they were erasing. They gave her too many names, too many faces, too many crimes and virtues. And a woman with too many faces is impossible to bury. Somewhere in the ruins of Harrenhal, in the firelight and the smoke and the stories told to pass the long nights, Alys Rivers is still waiting, not as a truth to be uncovered, but as a question that refuses to be closed. The versions of Alys Rivers are many, and for a time, they seem to multiply with every telling. The healer and the witch, the wet nurse and the paramour, the prophet and the schemer, each reach survives in some corner of the record, reserved by a different chronicler with a different grievance or affection. But at a certain point in the historical record, something curious happens. The versions stop multiplying, the stories stop arriving. After Harrenhal, the record begins to dissolve. For most figures in the histories of the Dance of the Dragons, the chroniclers provide a certain symmetry. A life is described, a course is followed, and then an ending is delivered, often violent, sometimes quiet, but always definitive. Grand Maester Munkun is relentless in his need to close the ledger on every person who crossed the stage of the war. Septon Eustace is equally careful to assign each soul its moral verdict. Even Mushroom, with all his wild invention, finds a punchline waiting at the end of nearly every story. Alys Rivers receives no such courtesy, and at first that may seem strange. She was by any measure a figure of consequence. She had been at the centre of one of the most notorious sieges of the war. She had shared the bed of a prince of the blood. She had been called a woods witch, an enchantress, a healer, a liar, and a servant, sometimes in the same sentence by two different witnesses. Her face was said to be young, while her years were said to be old. Her visions were described with the kind of reverence usually reserved for the faith of the Seven, and also with the kind of contempt usually aimed at charlatans. The very fact that the sources cannot agree on her age speaks to how slippery she is in the record. Munkun believes she was old enough to be Aemond's Mars mother. Eustace writes of her as though she were middle-aged. Mushroom suggests that she appeared to be remarkably youthful, though he attributes this to something grotesque. But then the war ends. The dragons die. The bodies are counted. And somewhere in that great accounting, Alys Rivers slips between the lines. Her later movements and ultimate fate become increasingly obscure. The account of fire and blood, compiled generations later by Maesters who had access to fragmented letters, court records, and the testimony of witnesses long dead, refuses to assign her a final destination. We are told that she survived Harrenhal. We are told that she claimed a son, and that this son represented a threat to the post-war settlement. We are told that attempts were made to address that threat. What we are not told is what happened to her. Not truly. That omission is striking. When a claimant to the throne was dealt with, the record makes sure we know how and by whom. When a dangerous figure was silenced, we are given a name, a date, a place. But with Alys Rivers, the record simply trails off. There is no certain execution, confession, or final explanation of her powers. No scaffold, no testimony, no dramatic moment of unmasking, no last prophecy, no final storm cloud to read the future in. The chroniclers, who had been so eager to write out about her while she stood beside a dragon prince, suddenly have nothing conclusive to offer once she loses that protection. Consider what the record does provide. After the death of Prince Aemond and the fall of Harrenhal, Alys is said to have maintained her presence in the ruined keep, nursing her son and asserting his legitimacy. Some accounts claim that she refused to leave. Other accounts claim she was captured and brought before the Regency Council, where she confronted her enemies with defiance. But these accounts are fragmentary, and they contradict each other in ways that even the Maesters admit they cannot reconcile. One source suggests she slipped away in the chaos that followed the final campaigns. Another suggests she lingered for years, a quiet presence in the half-burned halls, seen by travellers who whispered stories of a woman in grey who seemed to belong to the castle's bones. All of this may be true. None of it may be true. The record does not provide the clean ending expected for a major political figure, and Alys Rivers was, whatever else she may have been, a major political figure. She mattered. Her son mattered. Her blood claimed a connection to a prince of the realm. But the histories fail to close her chapter, and in that failure, they tell us something about how history itself operates. The record is not a complete map of the past. It is a set of traces, left by people who had their own reasons for remembering and their own reasons for forgetting. The Maesters who compiled the histories after the dance were no more impartial than the sources they relied upon. Munkun was writing for the regency that employed him. Eustace was writing to preserve the dignity of the faith. Mushroom was writing to entertain and to expose. Each of them had a version of Alys that served his purpose. None of them had the whole truth, and their silence at the end is not an accident. It is a reflection of the fact that the truth was never theirs to give. So the silence invites theories that she escaped, ruled from the shadows, or simply vanished into history. History abhors a vacuum, and the silence around Alys Rivers has generated more speculation than any definitive ending ever could. There is the theory that she escaped, that she found her way out of the Riverlands, perhaps across the narrow sea, carrying her son to a place where the names Targaryen and Strong meant nothing. The cities of Essos are full of exiles from Westeros, and a woman with knowledge of healing, with a sharp tongue and a sharper mind, could survive there easily, perhaps even thrive. This theory gives her a life beyond the pages of the chroniclers, a quiet continuation that they could not see and could not record. There is another theory, that she ruled from the shadows, that she never truly left Harrenhal, and that the fortress's peculiar curse granted her a strange persistence. Those who believe this point to the stories of men-at-arms who swore they saw a woman moving through the halls in the years after the war, a woman a woman with a child in her arms, a woman who knew the passages so well that she might have been made of the stone itself. In this telling, Alys does not disappear. She recedes. She becomes part of the architecture of the curse, an unspoken presence in a castle already thick with unspoken presences. And there is the simplest theory of all, that she vanished into history, that she was never given an ending because she never had an ending. She lived, perhaps, an unremarkable final span of years somewhere, a healer in a village, a woman in a crowd, a figure no one noticed because the war had ended and no one wanted to notice anything more. She died unrecorded, in a place no one marked, at a time no one noted. The grand conspiracy is sometimes the absence of a conspiracy. The reason the record fails to close her chapter may be as simple as this. No one was watching. No one cared enough to write it down. The war was over. The dragons were gone. A woman who had once mattered to the history of the realm became a woman who mattered to no one. And the chroniclers looked away. We cannot choose among these theories. The sources do not permit it. But we can observe what the silence does to her legacy. It prevents her from being reduced. Every major figure of the dance receives a final judgment in the histories. But Alys Rivers is never judged because she is never finished. The execution never comes. The confession never comes. The final explanation of her powers. The moment when the men of the faith or the men of the citadel might have declared her a fraud or a demon never arrives. And perhaps that is precisely the point. Alys Rivers is a character about whom the sources disagree at every turn. They disagree about whether she was beautiful or plain. They disagree about whether she was young or old. They disagree about whether her powers were real or imagined. They disagree about whether she influenced Aemond through love, through potions, through witchcraft, or through nothing at all. They disagree about whether she was a victim of circumstance or a master of it. So it would be strange if they suddenly agreed about her ending. The silence is the only outcome consistent with everything that came before. A figure built entirely from rumour and contradiction cannot be concluded in the same way as a lord or a king. She must remain open. She must remain unresolved. In a sense, Alys Rivers does what very few figures in the histories dare to do. She outlasts the record. The chroniclers who tried to define her, Munkun, Eustace, Mushroom, are all gone. Their works remain, but they hold her incomplete. And as the centuries pass in the pages of Fire and Blood, as new readers encounter her for the first time, she still refuses to be finished. She is a healer with no documented cure, a wet nurse with no confirmed age, a witch with no verified spell, a mother with a son whose fate is debated, a paramour whose hold over a dragon prince is explained by lust, by magic, by fear, by love, depending on who tells the tale. The silence after Harrenhal is her final working. In a story that is clearly told, she remains a story that cannot be closed, and that perhaps is the darkest truth about her. Not that she was a monster, not that she was a fraud, not that she was a saint, but that she is the one figure in this history who leaves behind no certain truth at all. Only a fortress of ruins, a few contradictory lines in crumbling manuscripts, and the quiet sense that somewhere in the fog between what is recorded and what is lost, she is still waiting. The written record goes quiet after Harrenhal. That is where the known history of Alys Rivers begins to fray, and something else takes its place. Because when the chronicles fall silent, the story finds other ways to speak. And in House of the Dragon, that other way is the image. There is a particular stillness that gathers around her in the show. She appears at Harrenhal not as a newcomer, but as someone who has always been folded into the place, the way dust settles into old stone. House of the Dragon presents Alys as a mysterious resident and healer whose presence feels overtly supernatural. She is not announced. She is not explained. She is simply there, standing in the ruined architecture of a castle that has outlived every family who ever tried to master it. The show lets her be quiet in a way that the written history never quite allows. In Fire and Blood, the sources are loud about her. Grand Maester Munkun calls her a serving wench with an interest in potions. Septon Eustace names her a woods witch. Mushroom, as always, goes further, painting her as an enchantress who bathed in the blood of virgins to keep her youth. 3 men, 3 different women, all of them filtered through their own suspicions and their own ambitions for how her story should be told. But the show does not need to choose between those loud claims. It can do something quieter. It can place a woman in a dark room lit by fire and let the viewer decide what she is. And that choice is the heart of what the adaptation makes visible. As scenes emphasize atmosphere, prophecy, and the unsettling intelligence of Harrenhal, the castle itself becomes a presence in every frame she occupies. Its walls are warped, blackened by the fires that destroyed the original keep, shaped into something that feels less like architecture and more like a warning. The show treats Harrenhal as a place that watches, and Alys moves through it as though she has always understood that. When she tells Daemon Targaryen that he will die in this place, the line carries weight not because of any obvious display of sorcery, but because of everything around it, the stones, the shadows, the way she says it so plainly, as though she is not predicting the future, but simply reading something that is already written on his face. There is no glow in her eyes, no dramatic swelling of music, just certainty. And certainty in a castle this old feels like magic. The adaptation turns suggestions from the book into images viewers can experience directly. The source material describes her visions in language that is already quite beautiful. She is said to see things in a storm cloud, in a mountain pool at dusk, in the fire lit to cook suppers. Those are intimate images, domestic and eerie at the same time. They suggest a woman who reads the world the way other people read letters, and the show takes that suggestion and gives it a body. Here is a healer moving through a castle where the Maester has fled. Here is a woman who knows things she should not know. Here is a figure who does not flinch when a prince of the realm arrives with the dragon, the size of a small storm. Instead, she stands her ground in a place that has already eaten the ambitions of greater men. What is most careful about the adaptation, though, is what it refuses to answer. Even so, the show preserves the essential question. Is Alys magical, or is the castle teaching everyone to see magic? Because Harrenhal does things to the mind. That is part of its legend, long before Alys ever arrives. The castle was built in blood and fire, cursed before it was even finished, and every since has been destroyed by it in some way. Harren the Black watched his sons burn. The Strongs were consumed by their own conflicts. Even Daemon, who enters its halls with all the confidence of a dragon rider, finds himself unraveling there, caught in visions and doubts that he cannot control. So when Alys appears in that environment, it becomes difficult to separate her powers from the castle's influence. Is she the source of the strangeness, or is she simply the person at the center of it, the one who has learned to survive by letting the castle's madness flow through her instead of fighting it? The book never answers that question. The show wisely does not answer it either. What the show does instead is let the viewer feel it. You can watch her scenes and come away convinced that she is a genuine witch, a woman whose blood carries something old and strange. Or you can watch the same scenes and come away with the opposite impression, that the woman is just a healer, a survivor, someone who has learned to speak the language of this broken place because it was the only way to stay alive in it. Both readings are supported by the same images. That is the trick of her character. The ambiguity is not a flaw in the storytelling. The ambiguity is the point. She comes to us as a collection of contradictions. Bastard of House Strong, half-sister to Harwin and Larys, if the genealogies are to be believed. Wet nurse who became a healer after the Maester fled. A serving woman, a woods witch, an enchantress, depending on who is doing the remembering. Young looking for her age, though the sources cannot agree on whether that is natural or medicinal or something far more unsettling. The show gathers all of those contradictions into one character and lets her simply exist in the frame, unresolved and unbothered by our need to classify her. And all of this takes place within the most cursed geography in all of Westeros. Harrenhal is not just a backdrop. It is a character in its own right, one with a memory that stretches back through generations of ruin. The show understands this. It photographs the castle like an old wound, something that has scarred over but never truly healed. The fires that destroyed its towers are long cold, but the shadow of them never quite leaves the stone. And in that shadow, a woman can seem like a ghost, or a guardian, or a witch, or a healer. The castle allows all of it, because Harrenhal is intelligent in a way that feels deliberate. It does not just host strange events, it seems to shape them. It seems to reach into the minds of the people who walk its halls and pull out whatever they are most afraid of. Daemon sees his own doubts made flesh. Others see their ambitions twisted into ruin. And Alys, the woman who lives there, moves through it, all with the calm of someone who has made peace with whatever the castle shows her. That peace, more than any spell or potion, is what makes her feel supernatural. She is unafraid in a place that exists to break the proud, and the show lets that fearlessness sit in the quiet spaces between her words. There is also something worth noticing in the way she speaks. Her dialogue is plain, direct. When she tells Daemon he will die in this place, there is no riddle in it, no prophecy wrapped in metaphor. She simply delivers the truth, the way someone delivers a cup of water, and that plainness is more unsettling than any dramatic declaration could be. It suggests a woman who has seen so much that death has lost its ability to frighten her. It suggests someone who is not performing mystery, but simply existing alongside it. The adaptation, in this way, does something that the book cannot quite do. Fire and Blood is a history written after the fact, filtered through the biases of its sources. It can tell us what people claimed about Alys Rivers, but it cannot show us her. It cannot place us in the room with her. The show can, and in doing so, it takes all of those conflicting accounts and lets them rest together in a single human figure. The serving wench, the woods witch, the enchantress, the healer, the survivor, they are all there. They all fit, because the woman on screen is capacious enough to hold every rumour and every contradiction and still remain unknowable. That is what the show makes visible, not the truth about Alys Rivers. The book does not contain that truth, and the show does not claim to either. What it makes visible is her presence, her stillness, her refusal to explain herself. It turns a figure of rumour into a figure of atmosphere, and atmosphere in a story like this is its own kind of evidence. And then there is the question of what arrives at her door, because Harrenhal never stays empty for long. The war that consumes Westeros in these years is drawn to the castle the way storms are drawn to high ground. And after Daemon's attempts to master it, there comes another prince, one with an empty eye socket and a dragon that casts a shadow over the towers. When Aemond Targaryen rides into Harrenhal, the story of Alys Rivers shifts again. The healer becomes a counsellor, the resident becomes a companion, and every rumour that has ever gathered around her name begins to move toward its strangest chapter yet. The show gives us a version of Alys Rivers that is all atmosphere and shadow, a figure who seems to belong to the stones of Harrenhal as much as to its living inhabitants. But that portrayal is only the most recent layer of a story that has been shaped and reshaped by many hands, each one adding something different to the portrait. When we step back from the screen and look at the written records, at the chronicles and the testimonies that survive from the Dance of the Dragons, we find something far more complicated. We find a woman who may have been a witch, a healer, a political survivor, or several of these at once. And the more closely we look, the more the certainties begin to dissolve. The difficulty begins with the sources themselves. The three great accounts of this period were written by men who had their own agendas, their own prejudices, and their own reasons for shaping the story in particular ways. Grand Maester Munkun, who compiled his history with the careful detachment of a scholar, describes Alys as a serving wench with an interest in potions. For him, she is a minor figure, a woman of low birth who happened to be in the right place at the right time. Septon Eustace, writing from the perspective of the faith, calls her a woods witch, a label that carries its own weight of suspicion and fear. And then there is Mushroom, the court fool, whose account is the most colourful and the least reliable. He claims she was a sinister enchantress who bathed in the blood of virgins to preserve her youth. 3 witnesses, 3 very different portraits, and none of them allows her to speak for herself. That is the darkest truth about Alys Rivers. The sources never allow her to speak clearly for herself. Every word we have about her is filtered through the perceptions of men who saw her as something to be explained, something to be categorized, something to be either dismissed or feared. She is never the narrator of her own story. She is always the subject of someone else's judgment, and those judgments tell us more about the men who made them than they do about the woman they describe. Consider the question of her age. The chroniclers are remarkably consistent on one point. Alys Rivers looked far younger than she should have, but they cannot agree on what that means. Munkun, ever the rationalist, suggests that her youthful appearance was the result of good health and perhaps the skillful use of cosmetics. Septon Eustace implies that such unnatural preservation must have had a diabolical source. Mushroom, of course, offers the most sensational explanation: the baths of blood and the dark rituals that supposedly kept her ageless. The same observation, 3 wildly different interpretations, and at the centre of it all, a woman whose actual age remains a mystery. We cannot even say with certainty how old she was when she first appears in the records, because the estimates range from a woman in her 20s to a woman well past middle age. Men with authority record her body, her age, and her relationships while arguing over what she was. They note her appearance with a mixture of fascination and unease. They speculate about her parentage, suggesting that she was a bastard of House Strong, perhaps a daughter of Lord Lionel Strong himself. If that is true, she would have been the half-sister of Harwin Strong and Larys Strong, which places her at the very heart of one of the most turbulent families in the realm. But even this basic fact is not entirely secure. Some accounts suggest she was simply a foundling raised within the castle walls, a woman whose connection to the Strong family was more a matter of convenience than blood. The uncertainty is maddening. Every detail we try to pin down seems to slip away when we reach for it. What we do know is that she was at Harrenhal, and that she served a practical function there. She was a wet nurse, a healer, a woman who tended to the sick and the wounded when the castle's Maester fled. In the chaos of the dance, when Harrenhal changed hands repeatedly, and violence was never far away, someone had to care for the broken bodies that the war left behind. Alys Rivers did that work. Whether she did it with herbs and practical knowledge, or with something stranger, something that bordered on magic, is impossible to say. The records tell us she was skilled with potions, but they do not tell us what those potions contained or what they were meant to do. There is a moment in the histories, a small detail that has always seemed to me to capture something essential about her. She is described as seeing visions in a storm cloud, in a mountain pool at dusk, in the fire that was lit to cook suppers. This is not the grand prophecy of a seer in a tower, not the dramatic revelation of a doom to come. It is something quieter, more intimate. She reads the world around her, finds meaning in the shifting shapes of cloud and water and flame. Whether she truly saw the future in those moments, or whether she simply had a gift for reading the signs that others overlooked, the text never proves. But the image stays with you. A woman standing at the edge of a pool as the light fades, watching the water ripple with possibilities that no one else can see. And then there is Aemond Targaryen. When the prince took control of Harrenhal, Alys Rivers became his paramour, his bedmate, the woman who shared his chambers, and, according to some accounts, his confidence. The relationship between them is one of the most intriguing and frustrating aspects of her story. Some sources suggest she used potions to influence him, to bind him to her will with subtle arts. Others present their connection as something more natural. a genuine attraction between two people who found each other in the midst of war. We cannot know which version is true. We cannot even know whether Alys sought out Aemond, or whether he pursued her. The records are silent on the matter, and the silence is telling. What we do know is that Aemond's time at Harrenhal was marked by a growing isolation, a withdrawal from the council of his own commanders. Whether that was the result of Alys's influence, or simply the natural consequence of a man who trusted no one and saw betrayal everywhere, the chroniclers cannot agree, but the association was made, and it has stuck to her ever since. In the popular imagination, she became the witch who ensnared a prince, the dark woman who whispered poison into the ear of a warrior. It is a role that fits neatly into the old stories, the familiar tale of the dangerous woman who brings down a powerful man. But it is also a role that denies her any agency of her own, any desire or choice that might have led her to Aemond for reasons of her own. After Aemond's death, the record becomes even more obscure. Alys is said to have survived the political purges that swept through Harrenhal, to have emerged from the chaos with a child, a son who she claimed was Aemond's. The question of that child's legitimacy became a weapon, a claim that could be used to challenge the settlements that ended the dance. But the claim never gained real traction, and the child fades from the records as quickly as he appears. And Alys herself, the woman who had been so central to the drama of Harrenhal, simply disappears. We do not know where she went. We do not know what happened to her. The histories that had been so eager to describe her appearance, her age, her supposed magic, fall silent when it comes to her ending. That silence is the final piece of the puzzle. In the end, Alys remains Harrenhal's perfect ghost, not because she is proven supernatural, but because history cannot make her ordinary. Every attempt to explain her, to fit her into a comfortable category, fails. She is not simply a witch, because the evidence for her magic is unreliable and contradictory. She is not simply a healer, because her role at Harrenhal was too complex for that single label. She is not simply a political survivor, because her story does not have the clean arc of triumph or defeat that such a narrative would require. She is all of these things, and none of them. A figure who exists in the spaces between the accounts, in the contradictions that the chroniclers could not resolve. And perhaps that is the true dark truth of Alys Rivers. Not that she was a monster, not that she was a saint, but that she was a woman who lived at a time when women were not allowed to define themselves. The men who wrote about her saw her through the lens of their own fears and desires. They saw a servant, a witch, an enchantress, a mother, a threat. They never saw her as she might have seen herself. And so she remains elusive, slipping through the fingers of history, a figure of shadow and rumour who refuses to be pinned down.